Hi everyone, Stacy here. Welcome to my channel, or welcome back. So let's take a deep dive into June and see what energies are available to each and every one of us for the month ahead. Now, just a couple quick reminders before I dive into all 12 signs. I want to take a quick opportunity to thank each and every one of you for liking my content, sharing out my content, and subscribing to my YouTube channel. So I thank you so much for the love and the support, and I'm sending the love and the light back to you tenfold, my friends. So thank you so much for that. And if you're new here, welcome. I'm so happy and grateful that you stumbled across one of my videos or my YouTube channel. Also, another quick reminder, these are general horoscopes. These are general readings. I can't stress that enough. Keep in mind, I do not have your personal birth chart sitting in front of me, and it really comes down to your preference of astrology style and the house system that resonates the most for you. So all my videos here on my channel, I use Western tropical astrology, and I also use a whole sign house system. But when I work with you one-on-one, I use Placidus and a whole sign house system, just in case you are wondering about that. And I think if you watch for your rising sign, I think that is going to resonate with you the most, but I can appreciate not everybody knows their time of birth. That can sometimes be difficult to pin down. So you can watch for your sun sign, of course, or any other planet placement or point in the respective signs to pull all this energy together for you for the month of June, to kind of give you a high level overview of what could be happening in your life or the respective life houses in your chart. And of course, if you'd like a personal reading tailored to you, for you, all about you, you can get in touch with me on my website, and I'll be sure to put the link to that, in the description box below. So let's get started here. Okay, so just some overall highlights for the month ahead. So for those of you that like the mundane day-to-day astrology, feel free to take a screenshot of this. I know it's kind of small, but this is kind of the best I can do. It's easier than retyping all of this stuff out. Just because if I would talk about every single transit, I think I would lose you guys anyway after like 3 minutes and 45 seconds, right? Like, nowadays, it's all about that instant gratification. So anyway, I will draw your attention, though, to a couple transits that stand out to me this month. So we do have the final square of Jupiter and Saturn at the middle of the month, so June 15th, but it's not really about the day, you guys. We've actually been experiencing this since August of 2024. Even beyond that. So we've been in this energy for about a year, off and on, off and on. And this is the first square that Jupiter and Saturn are having together since December of 2020, when they came together at the beginning degree point of Aquarius. So anything that you started back in 2021, let's say, now is the time for readjustments. That's what this whole year has been about. And when I say a whole year, I mean, again, think back to last June of 2024, when we started to kind of feel this energy of the beginning square energy of Jupiter and Saturn. So just in case you're curious about the exact dates of these, so August of 2024 is when we had kind of the first square off with these two planets. And then December of 2024, we had another square off with these two planets while they were retrograde. So a little bit of a different internalized energy. Now we have the final square. But what's unique about this is that they're in new territory. So Jupiter is going to be at the beginning degrees of Cancer, and Saturn is at the beginning degrees of Aries. And this is cardinal energy. So this is new, like extra oomph, extra power with regards to new beginnings. And again, think back to 2021. Anything that you started in that year, or if you want to get really precise, December of 2020, readjustments, big reassessments in these areas of life. And again, I think obviously the theme here is new beginnings, because we have these powerhouse energies coming through cardinal signs of Aries and Cancer, which is all about new beginnings, starting something new. I was going to say stirring something new, learning something new as well. So that's definitely a big highlight for this month. But again, I think this energy is going to hang out for a while, you guys, because if you've been following me for a while, the big heavy hitters in the sky, so the outer planets, so Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, the collective planets, and then the social planets, Saturn and Jupiter, those aren't so much about the exact manifestation of the day. They linger. Like this energy can linger for years and years and years and years. Just like Pluto, when he was dancing between the worlds, between Capricorn and Aquarius, right? We felt that for like 3 years, and we're still feeling that now because we don't really know yet what Pluto is going to bring to the forefront. He's just getting started in Aquarius, for example. So anyway, that's why some astrologers, they like to do exact to the point degree points. I don't. I just widen up the orbs. There's no right or wrong here, you guys. It's just my style, you know, because I've had enough experiences with these big planets coming up to my personal planets, and I've also seen it in my clients' charts as well. You feel this years out. And then when the exact day comes, sometimes that's a reflection point of like, wow, look at all the stuff I went through. Look at all the shit that's happened to me, for me, I should say, over the past 3 years. And it's kind of like a aha moment when the planets are exact. But again, that's just my 2 cents, you guys. That's how I've personally experienced this, and also how I've kind of seen this with clients as well. Okay, so that's one day I want to, or one date I wanted to bring to your attention. The other one is one of my favorite times of the year is when the Sun and Jupiter come together in the sky, and this only happens once a year. So this is happening on June 24th. Again, I would expand this energy a good week, like a good 5 days before and 5 days after. But I know I have to throw in a big but here, because this year it's kind of a Debbie Downer, you guys, but I want to be real with you, okay? I can't always be sunshine and roses, you guys. So I do apologize. I'd rather be honest with you, but they're showing me this energy coming into Cancer. Again, it's going to square Neptune and Saturn, right? So usually this is such an abundant day or week when the Sun and Jupiter come together, and technically a new beginning in this area of life. So again, what we talked about with Jupiter square Saturn, this could be a new beginning, but they're showing me kind of like a wet blanket. You know, it's like you come out of the pool or you come out of the hot tub and you're like shivering, and someone throws ice on you, or somebody throws a cold blanket on you, or a wet blanket on you, or if you're dry and somebody throws a wet towel over your head. That's what they're showing me the energy is like. So it's not a complete disaster. It's just a speed bump, you know. And they're also showing me if you do start something new. So for example, for those of you that are going to start a new job this month, okay, and you're jazzed up and you're excited, maybe you miss the train. Maybe you get stuck in traffic, construction, you get delayed and you're late on your first day. Or say you get to work and none of your technology equipment is set up. Your computer's not there. You're missing all this stuff. Nothing works. Like, that's all they're showing me it is it's kind of a speed bump. It's kind of a hurdle. You know, it's Jupiter after all. So I recommend try to laugh it off. You guys, I know some of you are with me with that. And some of you are like, you know, how dare you laugh at this? Jupiter is all about humor, right? So it's like, just laugh it off. It is what it is, you guys. Just think to yourself, if something goes sideways on or around that day, just be like, hey, this is just the universe making sure that my humor is still with me on this day. And again, they're not showing me a catastrophe, you guys. It just means that, you know, Saturn, the authority, can put a damper on things, right? It's like you're partying on the beach, you're having a good time with your friends or family or whatever, and then the cops show up and they're like, well, what are you doing? There's like liquor bottles everywhere, and you're too noisy, and you're too this, and you're too, well, whatever, you know, okay, fine, whatever, save it for another day, right? And then there's Neptune that comes along that's just going to bring in the fog, right? Like Neptune can bring in the love, the fog, the booze, the drugs, the alcohol, the boozy wooziness, right? This could also be, you know, falling in love too, right? Where something just completely blindsides you in a positive way. So I'm not saying this could be negative. It really depends on where these energies are manifesting in your chart, and we'll talk about that. But what this comes down to is, do you have anything at the beginning degrees of Aries and Cancer that's going to just layer up the story? And what areas of life is this lighting up for you? So I just wanted to kind of bring your attention to that. It does not mean nothing good can come of this, because I can see a lot of new beginnings happening this month and a lot of faded new beginnings as well. But they just might be, like I said, somebody comes along and throws a wet blanket on you. What do? You shake it off, right? That's all they're showing me this is, you guys. So don't let something small ruin your day. It's just totally not worth it. And again, Jupiter keeps reminding me here, laugh it off. That's all I keep hearing is like, laugh it off, laugh it off. Anyway, I'll stop harping about that. Those are just the couple transits that stood out to me that I wanted to kind of take note of here. But otherwise, we're going to talk about the lunations for each and every sign. Beautiful luminaries this month. Full moon, new moon. I love it. Mars is actually supporting these lunations, so I love it. I feel like we're going to get some traction this month, so I'll definitely talk about that for each and every sign. And lots of ingressions this month as well. So we have Venus moving into Taurus, which she is at home here, so she really loves to be in Taurus. This is all about luxury. This is all about giving and receiving. This is like lavishing yourself or lavishing a loved one or lavishing a child, your partner, your family. You know, wherever this area of life is, which we're going to talk about, this is about, well, could be about spending a lot of money, but also indulging, right? Venus is all about, Venus in Taurus especially is all about the senses, the sensory experience, and how can I feel good about myself type of energy. Also high quality, right? So it's going to be about quality with Venus coming home to Taurus versus quantity. So do keep that in mind as well. Mercury is going to come into Cancer this month. So very different energy. He's been in Gemini for quite some time. Now he's going to hop into Cancer, which he's going to slow down a little bit. So while he's in Gemini, he's like a little busy, buzzy bee, you know, flitting around. Very social energy, all about networking, and it's light energy. Gemini energy is so light and fluffy and flirty, and I love it. Mercury in Cancer, it's kind of like, okay, let's get a little bit more deeper here. Let's sink into our intuition. How does the body feel? How do I feel about this? It's turning up the dial on the emotional body. How am I feeling? It's about turning on the empathetic system, so to speak, and tuning into what our soul and our body needs or wants at this time. And they're also showing me, give yourself a good cry this month too, you guys, if you need it. I know some of you are probably like, that's stupid, but that's what they're showing me. You know, Mercury is about stirring up those emotions and what do I need to feel safe. This could be about security as well, with all this energy, the Sun, Jupiter, Mercury pouring into Cancer this month. Focus could be on safety and security as well. Mercury in Cancer is also very gentle, supportive speech and a gentle, supportive mindset as well. And let's see here. Yeah, another monumental month ahead, you guys. I feel like a broken record if you've been listening to me for a while. So Jupiter now is moving into Cancer. This happens once a year. So incredible, beautiful energy. Jupiter loves to be in Cancer. So check out my separate video below. All of these heavy hitters, you guys, I made separate videos about because they deserve, well, they deserve separate videos. I dive into much more detail about the cycles of these planets with respect to your natal Jupiter or your natal planets in your personal birth chart. So check that out if you're interested, and I dive into way more detail because these videos, I don't really dive into that. I more so focus on the Sun, the new moon, the full moon, Mars, Venus, and Mercury with my monthly horoscopes. And then I always make separate videos about Saturn in Aries, Neptune in Aries, Pluto in Aquarius, Uranus in Gemini, which is happening next month. So stay tuned for that video. And then Jupiter in Cancer. So another incredible energy. Jupiter is going to be kind of our lightning post. I don't know how to say it, like our grounding area of life where we can look to ground, because we have a lot of air and fire energy that's being thrown around over many, many, many years. So we're gonna need Jupiter. We're gonna really need to lean on Jupiter to find our safe haven. But again, check that video out if you want to learn a little bit more. Now we have Mars moving into Virgo, finally getting out of Leo. Again, that 6-month story of Mars retrograde in Cancer and Leo. I feel like that's all I've been talking about for 6 months. Finally, he's moving out of Leo into Virgo. I love it when Mars moves into an earth sign. This is just my personal opinion. It's kind of like the rubber hits the road. Let's get going. Let's stop talking. Let's stop planning. Let's stop dreaming. Let's just do it, you guys. Let's just do it. So I love this energy for each and every one of us. So Mars in Virgo is logical. He's rational. He's a hard worker, which I absolutely love. And I think you will too in this respective area of life. He is the ultimate multitasker. And I know there's no such thing as multitasking, they say, but we can get a lot done with Mars in an earth sign, especially Virgo, because it's all about the analytical details, the dirty details, so to speak. And it's about seeing things through. So like start to finish, we'll be able to complete projects or complete things in this respective area of life. Mars in Virgo is also like the micromanager. So that might take a step up or a notch up. So do watch out for that. And also perfectionism could really come into focus. Not a bad thing, but where it becomes a problem is when you take on too much. So Mars in Virgo is the energy of, I'm just going to do it myself. You're not doing it right. You're not doing it right. I'm just going to do it myself. And meanwhile, you're working like 16, 17-hour days just to do things your way when you could delegate, right? Hint, hint, wink, wink, if you are a owner, a manager of a business, things like that, right? But even in your personal life, you guys do watch this energy for taking on a little bit too much, because you're being a little bit too analytical, or you're just being too much of a perfectionist, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Could have just said that, I guess. Anyway, what else do we got going on here? Yeah, Mercury going into shadow. I wouldn't worry too much about that, you guys. I'll talk about that next month. This month is all about all systems go. Let's get rolling. Let's get going. Pluto's the only one retrograde in the sky, but big deal. Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, they always spend half the year in retrograde anyway. So this is a month. Launches, moving forward with anything. This is the month to get it done. If you didn't get it done in May, or again, half of April, the last half of April would have been another good time to launch. So also, I almost forgot. Yeah, solstice. What am I thinking? Solstice time is here. The sun moving into Cancer as well. So as you can see, all this energy piling into Cancer. So happy, sorry, they're talking to me. So okay, I'm just going to say it so they stop. Okay, they're reminding me, yes, with all these planets moving into Cancer, just another reminder, yes, they're going to be squaring Neptune and Saturn, but use this energy constructively, they're saying. So again, I don't want to repeat myself, but they're just reminding me of that, of don't let someone snuff out your light, okay? I don't want to go down, I don't want to harp on you about that again. I feel like I talked about that enough, but happy solstice for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. Summer in the North, and you're coming into your winter season in the South. So very important time of year of also reflection. I always like to reflect around solstices, because you can reflect 3 months or 6 months, however, whatever you're called to do, and set those intentions or goals of what you want to accomplish for the next 3 to 6 months. Otherwise, that was about it that I was going to talk about with each and every one of you. So let's dive into all 12 signs. Hey Aries, let's talk about the month ahead for you and where I think some of your focus will be for the month of June. Now, let's first talk about the sun. So the sun is still in your 3rd house of Gemini. This is a really busy area of life. all about networking and social media and rubbing shoulders with the right people and traveling here, traveling there, transportation issues or transportation matters coming to the forefront, or just focusing in on how you get around, so to speak. Also, this area of life covers off siblings and cousins and neighbors and neighborhoods and your local vicinity, your local community, and even extended family members as well. So definitely a very busy, busy house. Also, educational pursuits are covered off in this area as well. So maybe you were upgrading or learning something new, or thinking about going back to school, or pondering it, or maybe it crossed your mind, or maybe you just dived into a short course and you got that done and over with, or maybe you're still completing that. So once the sun moves along into your 4th house, the energy is going to put laser focus on home, family, foundation, your place of living, and security as well. Could be about property matters. Again, anybody or anything that you live with, anyone that you live with under the same roof could be up for some, I was going to say introspection, but just in focus. You know, if there's been anything you've been kind of sweeping under the rug for another day, this is the time to address it. I mean, with Jupiter in here, that dirt is going to come out from under the carpet anyway, Aries. So it's time to put some energy and focus into your living space, into your living circumstances. Or again, this could be about you as a parent, something to do with your parents or grandparents, or where you come from, your ancestry, your roots. This is about the past as well. And for those of you, this is about retirement, like big focus on retirement and what are your next steps, or this could be planning for next steps or planning to retire. Now, with that said, you also have a new beginning here, Aries, and I'm going to jump around a little bit here, but I do have the dates on the slide here. So you have a new moon in Cancer at the end of June, so on the 25th, a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet, at 4 degrees. So again, new beginnings on the home front. What are you building towards, or what are you building on? Is your foundation firm, or do you have to readjust or reassess something? You might be asked to do that around this new moon. Now, Mars is on your side, your ruler is on your side with this new beginning, this new possibility that could be coming in at the end of the month. It could be about renovating a home, quite literally moving, rental agreements or rental properties that you have. This could also be about working from home as well, or something to do with property investments as well, Aries. Let's see here. Now, again, it is hand in hand with Jupiter making a square up to Saturn and Neptune in your 1st house. So anything that happens in the 1st house, Aries, this literally could be anything. It could bleed out to any area of life. Like, yes, the concentration of energy, as you can see, is at the bottom of your sky, but then it's also in your 1st house, which could bleed out to your relationships, whether in business or in love, or something to do with contracts, agreements, negotiations, or your career, whatever it is that you do on a 9-to-5 basis. And again, if you're not working, then laser focus in here on the home or your status, or something to do with your reputation that could be changing at this time. Again, maybe some of you are pulling the plug and you're retiring. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but there's plans for retirement. So you could be worried about, maybe not worried, I would say, or I hope you're not worried about a status change, meaning you go from owning a business to now what, you know? Or you go from being a top lawyer in your area to a baker, you know, you open up a bake shop, or, you know, whatever this could be. Like, I see this as bringing your dreams to life, Aries, but it's connected to, again, that 4th house, which we talked about, and quite literally you, because Saturn's going to be working on you for the next 2.5 years. And Neptune is going to be here a very long time, for the long haul. And he'll be slowly chipping away at your sharp edges, Aries. And I don't see that as a bad thing. I just see that as your image is obviously going to go through an overhaul over the next decade. And again, that's going to ripple out in multiple areas of life. So you can see how this new moon at the end of the month is really layered up to not only this month, but beyond. And again, like I explained, you know, depending on if you skipped right to this sign or not, but your sign, I should say, but in the beginning of the video, I kind of explained this energy, this square that's coming in between Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune and the sun for that matter, because don't let anyone bring you down. Don't let anyone put fear or doubt or lack in your mind. You got to just plow through that. You have to just let the haters hate. Haters are going to hate. Whatever. Give them their soapbox. Well, it's not you giving them their soapbox. They're putting themselves on a soapbox, and who cares, right? You do you, Aries. You keep spearing ahead to whatever you want, whatever you desire, and whatever life you want to create is what this new moon is asking you to do. Now, I'm going to jump back to the full moon that happens on or around June the 11th. I love this full moon. Again, Mars is supportive of this full moon, your ruler, by the way. So your ruler is really active this month, Aries. I should have started with that, meaning that I feel like for you in particular and the Scorpio folks, because you're both ruled by Mars, you're going to get a lot of traction this month, my friends. Lots of traction. And I love it. You'll have lots of energy as well. So full moon up in your 9th house. This is creating a big fire trine, which I love. I absolutely love. So it's connecting your 9th house to your 1st house to your 5th house, because Mars is also in aspect. I know in this chart I put Mars in Virgo just because I wanted to get him out of Leo. I feel like I've been talking about this for months and months and months. So I wanted to get him in a new area of life. But anyway, he is part of this full moon energy as well. So full moons are endings and a culmination point. Now, this could have something to do with your belief systems, Aries, legal matters coming to a culmination point, higher education. We talked about that earlier with the sun being in your 3rd house. So for those of you in educational settings, that could continue this month or be a highlight, or again, I don't know, a graduation or something along those lines this month. Teaching, long distance traveling, also short distance traveling is also highlighted here as well. Anything to do with foreign lands, foreign shores, international matters, international paperwork, passports, citizenship, things like that, dealing with people globally. But I can also see the energy locally as well, because whenever we have a full moon, it lights up both axes. It's not about just the one area of life. New moons are like that. New moons are just the one area of life, but full moons, think of them as a spotlight, a flashlight, right? So there's a flashlight at the top of your sky shining down into your 3rd house. So that's how I interpret full moons. They could light up either area of life. But Aries, again, this is another nudge to push yourself outside of your comfort zone. Full moon at the top of your sky, Mars, your ruler, in that 5th house before he moves into Virgo, and Chiron in your 1st house. So this could be about healing. This could be about healing a mother-father wound, subconsciously or unconsciously, subconsciously or consciously. Sorry, it's one of those days, you guys. I can't find my words. But anyway, healing on multiple levels is what I could say. Soul, literal, or just being at peace with something once and for all. Or finally, with your ruler involved, taking action on something. Maybe it's about your healing journey and no one's going to do it for you, right, Aries? So it's time to, like, again, get moving on whatever it is that you want to lean into that's going to light you up, that's going to make you feel good from the inside out. So I love the new moon and the full moon this month, especially for you, Aries, because you being a fire sign, especially if you have anything around 20 degrees of Aries, this is going to add in another layer. So for example, if it is your sun, well, then this is going to layer into your career, something that you do on a day-to-day basis. And if you're retired, again, what do you do on a day-to-day basis? Do you walk dogs? Do you paint houses? Do you volunteer? Like, how do you give time? Do you give your money? Do you give your resources to a cause, right? Also, the sun is your vitality. So again, we talked about health, right? Chiron touches on health a little bit. So it could be, again, healing. So I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I think you can catch my drift here. This really could be anything in your first house, or quite literally something to do with your identity as well. Okay, now let's see here. So Mercury, yeah, I mean, I touched on that a little bit earlier in the video about Mercury bringing that emotional aspect to, again, the foundation of your chart. All this pileup of energy could make you feel vulnerable, Aries, or emotional. I think this is very supportive, but again, if you have any planets, placements, points at the beginning degrees of Aries, you might feel this a little bit differently. But like I explained earlier in the video, wet blanket being thrown on you, you know, it is what it is. What's that saying? Someone gives you like a truckload of lemons. What do you do with that? You make lemonade, right? Especially you're one of the signs that you're that powerful cardinal energy. So I would suggest just move this energy out of your body in some way, shape, or form. Try not to sit with this energy too long. But with Jupiter at the bottom of your sky, you won't be able to ignore stuff from the past that bubbles up anymore. Jupiter is here to help you work through that, especially those of you dealing with ancestral burdens, ancestral karma. You know, work with professionals to work that out of your body so you can release it and let it go once and for all. Now, I want to jump to, Mars and Venus here. So Mars in your 6th house, powerhouse for work, Aries. Like, again, super productive month ahead for you, I believe, not only for all of us, but definitely for you, with Mars being in a work house. Now, Mars here, though, double-edged sword. If you own a business, run a business, maybe it's time to trim the fat, so to speak. Could be quite literally, by the way, too, because this is a health and well-being area of life. So this could be about getting in shape, getting back into a healthy routine. This could be about what I was talking about, was trimming the fat, about if you own a business, run a business, let go of people that are kind of like not a fit, not doing their job. Right? I'm hearing dead weight, right? That's pretty ignorant to say. I don't want to call people dead weight, but that's what they're saying to me, is kind of like lean out the business, right? You're the sign that rules muscles. So it's like lean things out, get a streamlined group of people working for you, and just, again, strategize, realign your business if you have to. This is a really good month to do that. But also keep in mind, there could be irritation in the workplace. So if you're not an employer, or if you're not a manager or anything like that, you might notice your coworkers getting a little bit feisty, right? That's just the energy in the air. It's not you. Don't take it personal. It's just makes people a little bit agitated when Mars is in the 6th house. Maybe a good time to take a vacation, Aries. Go work on your house, renovate your house. I don't know. Do something away from the workplace. Because you might find that people are a little bit spicy, which is okay. Again, it gets people to work, right? I feel like people are just agitated because it's kind of like, okay, back to work, people. Let's get rolling here. And let's see here. Mars in here could make you pay extra attention to your pets as well. So make sure your pets are getting the health care they need as well, because Mars can inflame in the body. Can cause inflammation in the body in the 6th house. I'm not saying anyone's going to die, okay? So please don't take that to extremes. But even in you, I can see inflammation in the guts, right? In the intestinal tract, I should say, for you or pets, if you do have pets in your life. And coming up to that South Node, at some point, Mars is going to conjunct the South Node. I believe that is next month. I know that's not happening this month because he's just getting ramped up in Virgo this month. So again, emphasizing on, Mars is like a sword. So he's going to help you cut and sever something in this area of life at some point once he gets closer to that south node. So again, this could be cutting ties with an employer, cutting ties with a rental agreement, or if you own rental units or rental buildings, there could be changes. There could be changes in the work environment, people leaving, people getting cut, quite literally, meaning termination. Could also be a paper cut, but you know what I mean? But all for the greater good. Like, this isn't horrible or bad. And I'm not saying you're going to lose your job, Aries. I would have to see multiple transits of that. Okay. Just one transit through the 6th house doesn't mean that you're going to get terminated. Trust me. I know what termination looks like, and one planet doesn't do it. You got to see it multiple times in the chart, and it depends on where your midheaven is. So not a bad transit. Like I said at the beginning of the video, I love your ruler in an earth sign. You're going to get a lot of traction this month. Venus in your 2nd house should be good for money and finances and resources and saving for a rainy day. But here she can spend a lot of money to Aries. So I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not going to be a preacher here, but she's all about, again, luxury, quality over quantity, and wanting to spend the big bucks, especially on 2nd house matters. So this could be about food. This could be about diet, nutrition. This could be about lavishing your lover, romantic partner, friends, whatever. You go out to dinner and you pay for everything and it's like $1,000 and you're like, oh shit. That's this energy as well. Also, Aries, for those of you that want to get like beautify your face, because Taurus is like, you know, right here, or the mouth or anything like that. You can spend a lot of money beautifying yourself. I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. You do you, my friends. Like, you do you. You want to get that Botox. You want to fix the grill a little bit, get some teeth work done. Actually, Saturn in your 1st house is good for that too, by the way. Go ahead, right? Do it for you, Aries, right? Do it for you. But yeah, for those of you that are watching the dollars, that I just wanted to give you a heads up about that energy, but not the end of the world here. Venus should attract and line your pockets, by the way, too. If you're buying or selling property this month, beneficial as well. Or if you work in the real estate industry, very beneficial. If you work in the food industry, very profitable month ahead for you. I would recommend you advertise, put yourself out there. I think you could have a really profitable month if you work in those respective areas. Also jewelry, if you're like work in that industry, or hair care or beauty, again, beautician. Taurus is all about beauty. If you work in these industries, put yourself out there. I think you could have a really good, solid month ahead. And again, especially with Mars in a work house, it's all about money. It's all about bringing in the cheddar, among other things, obviously, you guys. But anyway, enjoy the month ahead, my friends, and we'll see you back here next month. Bye for now. Hey, Taurus, welcome to June, and let's talk about, or let's start with where I think your focus is going to be this month. So the sun continues to trek through your 2nd house of finances, of earnings, of work, and also about your, for some reason, for you, especially Taurus, I'm seeing like something to do with beautifying your appearance or changing your appearance, but that's probably because Venus is coming into your sign. But anyway, for a split second, I was wondering why they were showing me a face. Like, they're showing me a face getting all fancied up, beautified to the 9th degree here. But anyway, so focus could be in on work, maybe your skill set, maybe upgrading your skill set, or thinking about upgrading your skill set, or thinking about educational pursuits, or financial matters, you know, whether it's earning money, how you earn money, how you spend money, to budgeting or saving for a rainy day with the sun in here. Now, once the sun hops into your 3rd house, and as you can see, lots of energy this month in your 3rd house. So you have the sun there, you have Mercury there, you have Jupiter there, and you have a new moon there this month. So the 3rd house is super busy. It also creates sextiles or opportunity aspects to your planets, placements, points, Taurus. So 3rd house, siblings, cousins, neighbors, your local environment, your local community. It's all about your local people, your local town, city, state, whatever the case may be. Third house is also about the mind. So how we digest information, how we talk to ourselves. It's about notice what you're noticing. It's about how we, it's also how we talk and how we speak as well. With Mercury in here, it's definitely going to slow down the speech, maybe create a little bit of indecisiveness, because Cancer being water, it's kind of like here nor there. Again, not a bad thing. Very emotional, intuitive energy as well, with all of these, you know, powerhouses in here this month. Could also be about social media and networking, and a focus on short distance trips or traveling around, Taurus. Now, with that said, all those examples, you have a new beginning here at the end of the month. So forgive me, I'm going to jump around here a little bit. You have the dates on the slide here. New moon in Cancer at 4 degrees on or around June 25th, depending on where you are on the planet. This new moon, pretty rare, hand in hand with Jupiter. But as I described earlier in the video, Saturn and Neptune will be challenging this new moon. But again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, nothing to worry about. It's kind of like a wet blanket they're showing me being thrown on this energy. So meaning don't let something or someone or a situation bring you down. You go after whatever it is that you want, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise or convince you otherwise. Saturn and Neptune are in a very quiet area of life, so they're going to always be working in the background quietly. I don't think this is a loud transit for you, Taurus. Some of you will feel this, some of you won't. Where this comes in is your personal birth chart. Do you have anything in Aries? Do you have anything in Libra? Do you have anything in Capricorn? That's where it gets a little bit noisier, let's say, and you'll notice this. But basically, Saturn and Neptune are quite literally washing out the closet, cleaning out the closet, and rebuilding the closet. Because that's what Saturn does. Wherever Saturn goes, he does not destroy. That's Pluto. Saturn wants to rebuild your subconscious mind. Saturn is helping you wash away Neptune is helping you wash away what you no longer need. Saturn's helping you rebuild that mindset, rebuild the structure that you want to take with you once Saturn moves into your first house. But anyway, I'm getting way ahead of myself because Saturn's literally just getting started with your closets there, Taurus. But anyway, back to this new beginning. Beautiful new beginning, but like I said, don't be afraid of bumps in the road, rocks in the road, bumpy starts. Don't worry about all that, because this too shall pass. And at the end of the day, Jupiter in your third house wants you to expand on multiple levels in this respective area of life anyway. Now, Mars in Virgo is also helping with this new moon energy. And I love Mars in earth signs. This is where rubber hits the road, and it's like, let's get rolling with stuff. No more talking, no more blowing smoke, no more planning, no more arguing. Let's just do it. Let's just get things done. So I love how Mars is going to help solidify this new beginning. And actually, he's active both luminaries this month, Taurus. So I do like this energy for each and every one of us. Okay, so new beginnings on the third house front. And also, Taurus, I forgot to mention, this might not be about you. This might be about a new neighbor moving in. This might be about a new beginning in a cousin's life, or a relative's life, or a sibling's life, for that matter. So it may not be directly about you, Taurus. It might be about somebody you're connected to. Also, this could be a new vehicle. For those of you that need to upgrade and get a new vehicle, you know, not a bad time to explore it. You don't have to do it exactly on the day, but you could explore that if you're looking to upgrade your mode of transportation, whether that's a bike, a truck, a car, I don't know, start taking the train to work or the bus to work. But yeah, re-looking at how you get around in your local vicinity as well. Now let's jump to that full moon in Sagittarius that's really nicely aspected with Mars in Leo and also Chiron in your hidden 12th house as well. So Taurus, this screams healing. Being in the 8th house, this is deep psychological change, big life changes, rebirth, transformation, and the mundane stuff. So like taxes, debts, loans, also shared property and finances and resources that you have with another person. So for example, marital assets. Eighth house though is the shadow. This is one of the houses of endings. So similar to the 12th house, you have a heavy energy in your 12th house, and the full moon is lighting up maybe something that needs to come to the conscious, needs to come to the forefront. Eighth house is also about deep intimacy, sexuality or sexual matters coming to the surface, and fear, power, and control could be coming up as well. Now, I know, Taurus, you're probably thinking to yourself, that doesn't sound comfortable, right? But whatever is bubbling up at this time, again, get used to it, because Neptune and Saturn in your 12th is going to at times make you uncomfortable, not externally, but internally. Because again, they might bring things to the surface. It's like facing our demons, Taurus. I'm trying to say this as politely as I can without scaring people off, but I can only sugarcoat so much here. But I see this as a positive thing. And things come to the surface for a reason. You know, you're being asked to face your shadow. You're being asked, like your shadow is being triggered. For those of you that have done shadow work, you know what I mean. It's like something scratches at you and it's like you get triggered. And then say to yourself, why am I being triggered right now? Well, because that's your shadow. That's something you've been carrying since your childhood, depending on your age, of course, and the work that you've been doing on yourself up to this point. So don't be afraid of this full moon in your 8th house. It's also, again, a financial full moon. So if the subconscious stuff doesn't resonate, if the healing doesn't resonate, this full moon is going to bring in multiple layers of healing, by the way. Again, that's kind of what I'm seeing here. Could be ancestral healing, healing about you as a parent, or something to do with mother, father, authority figures in your life, or grandparents. Again, this could go way back. This could go even back to past lives. It's the junk and the gunk that you brought in from past lifetimes that you're being asked to release. Now, if you don't believe in any of that stuff, that's totally fine. On a constructive or a different level, this is financial. Take it as financial new beginnings, ending culmination point with regards to shared resources, assets. Again, anybody that you share a bed with, marital assets, business assets, property. This could be about work too, by the way, Taurus. This could be about how you earn a living. How does money flow to you? Do you get money from the government? Do you get money from a partner? Do you get money from a parent? Do you get money from, you fill in the blank? Or this could be about, you know, do you want to stand on your own 2 feet? Is it time to start saving for a rainy day, like I talked about earlier? So lots of stuff could come up at this full moon, you guys. I'm just throwing out examples. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest. But it is a beautiful, I love the new moon and the full moon this month. They're well supported. I love how Mars is supporting this, because it's about taking action on something. It's not about sitting around and just letting crap fester, right? And as I mentioned, I can't stress that enough, especially for you, Taurus. Anything that comes up is coming up for a reason. Acknowledge it. Work with a professional if you have to, whether that's a light worker, Reiki, a psychologist, a therapist, a social worker, I don't know, you name it. You know, they're also, oh yeah, they're showing me the laundry list: massage therapy, chiropractor, acupuncture. They're specifically saying something about Chinese medicine or something, or going back to traditional holistic ways of healing the body. Like I could go on and on and on. So just know that this is a very productive month ahead for you, Taurus, but also a really incredible month ahead to heal on multiple levels, like from a soul, spiritual level to a physical, on the physical plane as well, Taurus. Anyway, okay, let's jump to Venus in your sign, where she's at home here. So you are ruled by Venus, so hallelujah. This is all about you, Taurus. If you are single and looking to meet somebody new, this is really nice energy coming in for you. Venus in your sign makes you really attractive. And I see Mars is in your 5th house of dating and romance and sex as well. So, and well, you do have a full moon in your 8th house of sex as well. So Taurus, really nice month ahead for those of you looking to put yourself out there and date. This would be a really good month to do that. As I mentioned before, excellent month to change your appearance. Do a new hairstyle, a new hair color, maybe get some Botox. I don't know, whatever you want to do. I'm not saying all of you need Botox, but I can definitely feel the needles going into my face. So I don't know what else that would be. But just do it for you, Taurus. Just make sure you're doing it for you. You know, I'm in full support of all that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. But it's like, just make sure you're doing it for you and not doing it for other people. Because what's the point, right? You got to do it for yourself. So I do love this. New wardrobe, new style. Polish yourself up in some way, shape, or form. Beautify yourself, whatever that means for you, and spoil yourself, whatever that means for you. But again, this energy could go overboard with Venus in her home sign. She can be very indulgent. Again, it's about that quality, not so much about quantity. So it's like going out and spending, you know, 10K on a diamond ring. Again, gut check yourself. Do you really need that? Hey, if you're a millionaire watching this right now, then obviously, you know, you're cool, you're good, right? But if you're watching the pennies, if you got 3 kids in college, you know, those type of stories that I hear all the time, you know, splurge on a mani-pedi maybe instead of that $10,000 diamond ring, right? But again, you do you. I do know women who do that as well. That, you know, drop 10K on a diamond ring and they don't, because again, that's what makes them feel lit up from the inside out. So that's all that matters, right? And again, you're going to attract attention this month too, Taurus, in a good way. If you have any interviews this month, any launches, any pitches this month, again, you look good. You are on point, but keep that Mars active in your chart as well, because this energy can also make you very lackadaisy, right? Eating, indulging in food and wine and chocolate and all of those other delicious things in life, right? You are the sign of indulgence, so you know exactly what I'm talking about, my friends. But yeah, very nice energy. I would say take advantage of this for the next 4 weeks while she is in your 1st house here. Okay, Mars in Virgo. I love this. I love Mars in the earth signs. It's all about getting some traction in this area of life. Now for you, Taurus, first of all, Mars makes nice aspects to you. So again, getting traction in the career, getting traction on the home front. If you're Taurus moon, Taurus sun, action, traction on the career front. I also heard the home front, but again, that would be for those of you with Taurus moon, I would say. Taurus rising. Again, this is all about you, right? This is putting the action, the passion into whatever you want. Your relationships, finding a new loved one, business contracts, business agreements, going after whatever it is that you want. If it's your rising sign, you can utilize this energy however you want. But Mars in the 5th house, I mentioned it earlier, romance, dating, sex. This is also about children, by the way. Hobbies. I love this for channeling your energy for those of you in creative projects, hobbies, businesses, side hustles. Yeah, you're going to love this with Mars in the 5th house. Now, if you have kiddos, if you have kids, they might be a little bit spicy because Mars in here is all about the spice, right? They might start mouthing off at you. They might bring in the sass, the spice, whatever. It is what it is, Taurus. But yeah, Mars in here can kind of make your kids seem cranky, right? Because Mars is an irritant as well. Wherever Mars goes, he inflames, and he can also cut, sever, end, and depart something, right? I'm looking at Mars coming up to the south node here. So something in this area of life, Taurus, does need to end, and Mars is going to help you cut that out. Now, this could be as simple as a project, right? Endings and new beginnings with projects, something to do with the work front, something to do with, again, hobbies or side hustles. There's just something you need to let go of once and for all, and it's fated, right? Whenever we're dealing with the nodes, this is fate and destiny stepping in. It's not about trying to plan something, you know, what's that saying? Man plans and God laughs, or something like that. That's the energy I'm feeling with the nodes and Mars coming up to that south node. Now, is that going to happen this month? Maybe not, because Mars is just getting started in Virgo. I'm thinking it might happen in July or August once he's ready to pop into Libra. But all in all, excellent energy again for putting yourself out there, finding a romantic partner. Excellent energy for that. And let's see. Yeah, I think that's about it, Taurus. So again, beautiful energy ahead, beautiful month ahead. Just watch out for those squares like I already described in the early part of the video. But at the end of the day, I still think it's a wonderful month ahead because Venus is in your sign and it can't get any better than that. And Mars is making nice aspects. The sun, all that energy in Cancer is making beautiful aspects up to you, Taurus. So yeah, I think it is going to be a wonderful month ahead. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey Gemini, welcome to the month ahead for June. And before I forget, I want to wish all of you a happy birthday if you are celebrating a birthday this month. And Gemini, what a birthday month ahead. I love the new and full moons this month, how well supported they are. And anyway, let's dive right into it here before I get off on a tangent. So the sun continues his trek through your sign. So hopefully with the sun heating you up from the inside out, this has brought you more energy, more vitality, possibly more career opportunities, and just that feeling of goodness, positivity, abundance, and kind of like being in the spotlight. And I think that's going to continue this month, especially with a full moon in your opposite sign. And full moons light up both axes this month, Gemini. So it is going to continue to be all about you, even when the sun moves into your second house. Now, as you can see, Gemini, yeah, lots of energy in your second house. The sun, Mercury, a new moon, and Jupiter is there. So I made a separate video about Jupiter in Cancer. I'm not going to talk about that here because yes, all of these heavy hitters deserve separate videos. So that's what I did. Check out the links below if you're interested. Now, I love this energy pile up in your second house, Gemini. This is all about work. This is all about nose to the grindstone, but in a good way. This is all about expanding your finances, expanding your financial base, expanding your pockets, lining your pockets, so to speak, and your bank accounts. This is laser focus on how you earn a living. And this is about you, not so much about your partner. So 8th house is partnership. 2nd house is more close to home, close to us. So day-to-day work, for those of you that do work, for those of you that don't work, again, how are you going to contribute to society? Jupiter in here is going to be about expanding the wealth to other people. For those of you that don't work, I mean, even if those of us that do work, I mean, we can still expand the wealth, people. But I'm just saying, I get this all the time. Well, what about those people that are retired? Well, again, apply this to your life, right? Apply this to your circumstances. How are you helping society? How are you helping the greater good is what I always challenge you to think about. Volunteering would be just a simple way to utilize this energy. But anyway, Gemini, this could be about expanding your skill set too, learning something new. With Jupiter in here for the long haul, well, for a year, utilize this energy. Great time to upgrade the skill set. Great time to learn something new. Being in the sign of Cancer, this is going to really enhance those caregiver skills. Focus could be on home family foundation, or you being a caregiver to fill in the blank, right? Now I'm going to jump around a little bit here. With all that said regarding your second house, this is also about, yeah, they just reminded me, property. Some of you could be, yeah, well, we talked about the home stuff. So yeah, property, material possessions is also the second house as well. But anyway, you have a new beginning here at the end of the month. Yes, I'm going to jump around. The dates are on the slide here. So new moon in Cancer, 4 degrees on the 25th of June, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. I love this new moon. I love both luminaries this month. I'm excited for the month of June. I truly am. Any big launches, anything like that, I'd say go, like, give her. Give her. Because we're coming into Mercury retrograde next month. So it's like anything you need to get done, Gemini, this month, do it. No pressure, do it. Because yes, Mercury, your ruler, is going into shadow at the end of the month, but he'll be going retrograde next month, which usually impacts Geminis and Virgos because you're ruled by this planet. But it depends on if he's natally direct or retrograde in your chart. So anyway, this new beginning, hand in hand with Jupiter, so all about expansion. And Mars is helping from the foundation of your chart as well. So you could get a helping hand from a family member, a spouse, a partner, your kids, mother, father figures, grandparents, like something is coming in helping you from the foundation of your chart. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, I should say, Saturn and Neptune are challenging this new beginning at the end of the month. But please don't let that put a damper on you, Gemini. As I mentioned earlier, all they're showing me is like somebody is just trying to put out your light. Somebody's throwing a wet blanket on your head. What do? You take it off, you shake it off, and you just keep going, Gemini. Especially with Saturn and Neptune in your 11th house. This is about narrowing down your friendship circle. Who is authentically true to you from a friendship, membership, professional associations, personal associations, whatever. Who is a good fit for you, Gemini? So get rid of the Debbie Downers, get rid of the negative Nancys, get rid of people like that. Get rid of people that come into your home and they criticize you and they criticize this and they say, oh, there's dark energy here and no, you guys. Like, throw that to the wayside, okay? Be like, get the hell out of my home. Well, you probably wouldn't say that, right, Gemini? You're not, I don't know, maybe you would. But that's what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. And I don't mean to disrespect. I don't mean to be harsh, so please forgive me. I'm pretty direct, blunt, to the point. But just don't let anyone bring you down, because this energy, you're creating the work that you desire. You're lining your pockets with something that's going to set you up and stand the test of time. And yeah, you could have friends and people helping you from that 11th house, but make sure it's authentic. Make sure they're there for the right reasons, Gemini, right? And the nice thing about all this energy in Cancer, especially Mercury in Cancer, is going to make you very intuitive, right? So you'll kind of know, you'll like be able to feel and pick up on their energy. So regardless though, I love this. I love this new beginning for each and every one of us at the end of the month. Don't be afraid of the bumps. Don't be afraid of rocky starts. Just dive in and do it. That would be my advice. Because you know what? This energy is going to pass. So who cares? Who cares? Focus on the positive. Keep a positive mindset, Gemini, and you'll be fine. Rocks and bumps being thrown at us, that's just the universe testing us. And again, giving us a backbone, making sure we're resilient, right? I'm looking at Saturn there because that's what he's good at. Okay, now the full moon in Sagittarius. So if you have anything around 20 degrees of Gemini, this is going to add in an additional layer. So for example, if your sun is in Gemini at 20 degrees or around 20 degrees, this is about your career, a culmination point regarding your career, your vitality, your health and well-being, part of your purpose. Again, could be endings or new beginnings, or just you're in the spotlight, as I mentioned before, in some way, shape, or form. Now, full moons light up both sides of the house, so I always include both axes. So again, this full moon is directed right at you, Gemini. So this quite literally could mean it bleeds out into any area of life. But 7th house is all about contracts, agreements, marriage, legal matters, business partnerships, any sort of relationship that you have one-on-one with someone or something, right? Something that you're attached to. More so about those one-on-one relationships, people that you are personally connected to, but it could expand out again to like almost like I'm feeling for you, like duty, responsibility, like something that you signed on the dotted line for. You know, like if you have rental units or rental agreements or things like that, they're kind of showing me. So that could be up for some change, some review, some, again, full moons are endings, right? Endings, culminations, points. One chapter closes, another one opens back up. Now, I love this full moon again because Mars in Leo, before he hops into Virgo, is still supporting this full moon. And it's making a trine to Chiron as well in your 11th house. So healing. This is interesting for you because this is all the sort of like social relationship houses for you, Gemini. So this could be external healing or internal healing on a friendship level. Something to do with a business partnership or a marital agreement or a marriage partner, or something to do with a relative, a family member, siblings, cousins, networking, people that you affiliate with or associate with. Like I'm also hearing forgiveness. So maybe you need to just let something go that happened in the 11th house that we talked about. Maybe it's time to let something go, or again, distance yourself from that person. Doesn't mean you have to cut them off completely, but Mars is involved. Mars cuts and severs wherever he goes. So you do you, Gemini. Sometimes family members, we can't cut them out of our lives, right? But we can put up boundaries. We can draw a line in the sandbox, so to speak. We can learn to say no. I'm sorry, I can't do that. You know? So things like that could be coming up to the surface. Also, they're showing me power dynamics in relationships too, Gemini, could be coming up at this time, whether again, that's with you, personally, professionally, in a social setting, friends, you know, you name it, right? This is a very social energy, but a healing energy that's coming in for you, Gemini. And what I like about this is you're going to be taking action. It's kind of like no more. Enough is enough. And I'm moving on, or I'm setting my boundaries, or I'm learning to say no, or I'm going to take a break. Again, I could go on and on of examples, but it's about you making something of this energy, not waiting around for other people. I do not encourage that. I never encourage that. It's like you're making the first move, and then they're going to have to deal with it, and they're going to have to respect it. Because if they don't, well, then guess what? They'll naturally fall away. And that's not a bad thing from what I'm seeing, Gemini. So, and last but not least, Venus is in your 12th house. This is a quieter transit. Some of you may feel this, some of you might not. Once she comes up to Uranus, you'll feel it. You know, Uranus in your 12th house. I think I've said this over and over, Gemini. Those of you that have not experienced a paranormal thing since 2018, I don't know, have you been sleeping? I know, I hope that doesn't piss some of you off. But anyway, Venus in here is beautiful. It's about luxury, right? If you watch the start of my video, luxury, it's about quality, it's about spoiling yourself, it's about indulging, it's about making yourself feel good. But this is behind closed doors. So this could be amping up the sex life. This could be amping up you know, your chocolate intake or your wine intake or I'm not encouraging this, you guys. I'm just kind of laughing because I can see this, right? The 12th house is like hidden and Venus is indulgence, right? So again, you do you, Gemini. I'm encouraging everyone to spoil themselves this month because we deserve it, right? But within reason, okay? Depending on your pocketbook. Maybe indulging is buying a new tarot deck. Maybe indulging is buying a massage or buying a therapy session or sitting in one of those hot pod things. I don't know. They're showing me a pod that heats up or something like that. I don't know. Going for a tanning session. Like it's about absorbing the goodness of light. Life, I meant to say, but I just said light. Okay. Anyway, Gemini, I hope you catch my drift. I'd have to see it more times in the chart, but this could also be like affair type of energy, but I got to see it more times in the chart. Because, you know, Venus or Mars in the 12th house can also be a signature of, you know, you having an affair or you having fancy time behind closed doors, or somebody in your life is doing this, right? Now, please don't go screaming down the hallway, you're having an affair. No, like, again, I'd have to see your personal birth chart to really laser in on that. But, you know, I'm just throwing out examples, you guys. Okay. So please don't like have a freak fit. I'm just throwing out examples. If you're single, there you go. You could be dating in secret or having sex in secret and not telling anybody about it, which is fine, right? We're only here in this physical body once that we remember, right? And it depends on if you want to keep coming back for more and more and more to Earth school. But anyway, just beautiful energy, Gemini, having in it. And my point is, like, just have fun with it. That's, you know, I try to keep these readings as light as I possibly can. But again, I just want to remind you before I close out, anyone who wants to steal your light or put out your flame, just don't let it happen, Gemini. You do you. You have fun. You utilize this energy. If you want to do any big launches this month, I'd say go for it, right? Go for it. It's still your birthday season at the beginning of the month. Utilize this energy and just make the most of it, my friends. There'll be enough time next month to reassess when Mercury, your ruler, goes backwards. So I'd say this month, just put it out there and see what happens, right? Same with manifestation, I'm hearing too. So anyway, Gemini, it's going to be a wonderful month ahead. I wish you all the best, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Cancer, let's talk about the month ahead for you. And before I forget, I want to wish all of you out there a happy birthday if you are celebrating a birthday this month, Cancer. And what a birthday season to start. If you have a birthday on or around June the 25th, let me tell you, my friends, plant those birthday wishes on or around the 25th, regardless of if your birthday is this month or next month. You know, light a little candle, say a prayer on or around this new moon, because let me tell you, you got Jupiter hand in hand with this new moon, this new beginning, Cancer, this month. And this is rare. It's pretty rare to have a new moon hand in hand with Jupiter that's in your sign for the next year. And again, Jupiter only hits your sign every 12 years, Cancer. So if you want to learn more about Jupiter in your sign, check out the description box below, where I made a separate video about Jupiter moving into Cancer and what that could mean for each and every one of us for the year ahead. But anyway, Cancer, let's start with where I think your focus will continue to be for the month ahead. So the sun is still in Gemini as I'm recording this video. So the sun in the 12th house is kind of a quieter transit. It's kind of like the lunation is, this lunation is asking you to kind of, or luminary, I should say, not lunation, but luminary is asking you to take a step back, take a beat, take more rest, get more sleep, take care of the body, because what he's trying to do is wrap up the year that you've just had. This could be a lot of introspection. This could be a lot of healing. This could be a lot of just focus on, you know, how far have I come over the past year? You know, where has my time, my energy, my effort, my resources been going? Who have I surrounded myself with over the past year? And what do I not want to carry with me when the sun touches that 0 degree of Cancer point on the solstice, which is, again, super powerful day. You know, all the cardinal energies, Cancer, I feel like you're one of the signs that people just underestimate, and they're forgetting you're a cardinal energy. You start a very powerful season, whether you're in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it doesn't matter. All the signs that start a season, That's you, that's Libra, that's Capricorn, and Aries. You start a season, you initiate a season. It's like striking a match, right? And that first spark that comes off that match, you folks are the only ones that can do that, right? Not the other signs, not the other fixed signs or mutable signs, right? They have their own energy. They either hold a season or wrap up a season. You start a season, Cancer. So very powerful, potent month ahead, I'm going to say, for you, because once the sun comes into your sign, it should re-energize you from the inside out. They're showing me the Energizer Bunny, Cancer. So it's time to wake up. No more sleeping in. No more taking a beat. For those of you, maybe you took a break from work, or you took a sick leave or a stress leave, or vacationing or whatever. Sun in your first house, let's go. Let's get rolling, especially with Jupiter. You might even feel this once Jupiter moves into your sign, you know. And when does that happen again? On the 9th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. You know, you'll think about a pool and think about a giant object just diving into the pool. You know, that's Jupiter, and the water goes everywhere, and your emotions are going to be here nor there. So it might take a bit of adjustment period for you, Cancer, for Jupiter coming into your sign. And then, yeah, he's going to be squared by Neptune and Saturn. But as I explained at the earlier part of the video, don't let that get you down. Don't let a rocky, bumpy start get you down. Again, this is in your first house. So whether you're working or not working, depending on your age, apply this to your circumstances. Jupiter is here to now expand horizons for you over the next year in multiple areas of life. This is where your personal birth chart comes in, because do you have anything in Aries? Do you have anything in Libra? Do you have anything in Capricorn that's going to talk? It's going to add in layers of your storybook over the next year. But anyway, let me back up here. So the sun pouring energy into your first house. It's all about new beginnings. It's all about go time, Cancer. No more meditation on the pillow for like hours at end. It's time to bring those creations to life and getting some traction in multiple areas of life as well. Now, I'm going to jump around a little bit here. So I'm going to jump to that new moon in your sign on the 25th of June. So if you have anything around 4 degrees of Cancer, this is going to add in an additional layer. So if it's your sun sign, this could be something to do with a father figure in your life, a male figure in your life, or your career, your work, whatever it is that you do on a day-to-day basis, or your health and well-being and vitality. This is a new beginning on that front. If it's your moon sign, new beginning on the home front, new beginnings with a mother or female figure in your life, or just in general, people that you live with quite literally in your home, or something to do with family or security as well, Cancer. Could also be something maybe to do with your children as well. But anyway, this new moon, hand in hand with Jupiter, asking you to expand on this new beginning, Cancer, whatever that may be, because it's in your first house. So again, it could touch on multiple areas of life. So is it retirement? Is it your career? Is it moving? Is it like you fill in the blank? But regardless, this is a new beginning. Mars is supporting it from your third house. So this could be about siblings. This could be about cousins, relatives, extended family members, your local environment, your local community, your local vicinity, or this could be about learning something new. For some of you, this is something to do with exercise, like exercise, diet, routines. That's more 6th house energy, but I mean, I'm picking up on the Virgo energy. Virgo energy is also, it's an earth sign, so it's also about health, diet, health, and also they're showing me intestinal health, very specific about intestinal health here. But anyway, this new moon is, I personally love this new moon. It is being challenged by Saturn and Neptune at the top of your sky. So again, adjustments, manifestation. Squares are not bad. Without squares, we would have no manifestation. We would have nothing coming to a culmination point. Nothing would make us move if we did not have squares that would happen in the sky. As I mentioned earlier, for those of you that started something new in 2021, again, there is readjustments here that's going to be taking place. And Neptune and Saturn are in a very public area of your life at the top of your sky. So for those of you that are working, this could be big changes or big new beginnings or thoughts or plans of big new beginnings. This could just be the seed of planting something new with regards to your career, your reputation, your status, where you want to go in your career, or retirement, planning for retirement. What are your next steps with retirement? Or a connection to a partner as well. This could be new beginnings with connections to business partnerships or love, marital partnerships as well, Cancer. But yeah, big new beginnings here. Big new beginnings for Cancerians, and this is just getting started, my friends. So yeah, some of you will start something new, but some of you, this is, again, this is like planting in the dark, and something might come to fruition 6 months from now. So December time frame, something might come to fruition. Now I'm going to jump to the full moon in Sag that's happening on or around June the 11th at 20 degrees. So Cancer, speaking of work, this full moon is happening in a busy area of life. So work, day-to-day duty responsibility, health, diet, routines, your pets, if you have any pets. This is also if you have rental agreements. This is like contracts, rental agreements, if you have tenants, if you have rental buildings, rental units, that could be up for some change as well with this full moon here. Or some of you, this could be about, I talked about this earlier, introspection, solitude, taking a step back, reassessing your health, taking care of your mental health, I would say. But it could also be your literal physical health. Maybe you get blood work back. Maybe you get results back, right? And it's about balancing the spiritual with the physical, or the mental subconscious with the conscious or the physical body. They're kind of showing me this balancing of the two. So if you're focusing on one, they're saying you got to rebalance the other one. So for example, if you're focusing on the physical health and well-being of your body, they're saying you got to focus on the spiritual as well. And if you're not spiritual, or if you don't believe in that kind of stuff, then think of it as the subconscious. Like clean out the subconscious. Notice what you're noticing. How do you talk to yourself? Do you talk to yourself negatively, or do you talk to yourself positively? You know, they're just saying there's a rebalancing here that might be brought to your attention at this full moon. It is making a beautiful trine in the sky to Chiron upstairs in your 10th house and to Mars in your 2nd house of work. So Cancer, for those of you that do work, this is a big month ahead of gut checking yourself. Do you want to do this for the rest of your life? What do you want to do for the rest of your life? Do you want to continue to work in the corporate world? Do you want to continue to work in that business? Or family business, or whatever the case may be. Like, what do you want to do? How do you want to earn a living? And for those of you not working, I encourage you to think on a humanitarian scale, right? So can you get involved with humanitarian efforts, like with animals, with dog walking, with painting homes, with watching your grandchildren, with, I don't know, you fill in the blank. How do you want to spend your time? Don't waste your time, right? Yeah, take a step back, take a beat, watch The Young and the Restless or whatever, and watch your shows. But they're also saying this is a very action-oriented month. So for those of you not working, I do encourage you to put your energy and effort towards someone or something. For those of you that you could be a stay-at-home parent, beautiful. That's your job. People underestimate stay-at-home parents. Like they truly do. They think it's a cakewalk. It's not, right? It's not. So pour your energy and effort into that. They're just saying channel it, channel your love and abundance into someone or something that lights you up from the inside out. And yeah, this could be about your finances too, Cancer. But with Jupiter in your sign, they're just showing me it's like you're going to have the gift of spreading abundance to other people over the next year. Like you're going to be the abundance creator. You're going to spread the wealth and the positivity. And if you're saying to yourself, well, I don't have any money to share, it's an energy exchange that you're going to be giving. Okay. Some of you, yeah, it could be money. You could be someone's savior or angel or parent or loved one that steps in and saves the day from a financial perspective, but it's not all about money, right? Jupiter rules your 6th house and your 9th house. So this could also be about you becoming the mentor, the teacher, the coach for somebody, you getting on your soapbox and inspiring somebody. This could also be about work, or again, volunteering, or again, working with animals and pets, adopting animals or pets, or just, you know, I'm seeing even those of you could be a beacon, a light for the workplace in general. You know, again, for some reason, I'm hearing, you know, your Cancerians, I feel like are being underestimated. And you should never, ever, ever underestimate a Cancerian, right? Okay, I'll get off my soapbox here, I promise. Okay, so yes, let's talk about Mars. Mars moving into your 3rd house. I love this for, again, taking action in your local vicinity, your local community, your local environment. This could cause, also watch if you drive, this can make you have a heavy foot, right? Mars on the gas pedal, right? Like, so watch your speed, my friends. They showed me that, actually. They showed me you going really, really, really fast because Mars rules metal. 3rd house is transportation. So anyway, watch the road rage. Do be mindful and careful of that, Cancer. But anyway, Mars here makes you go after what it is that you want in this area of life. Excellent for upgrading your skill set. Excellent for learning something new. Again, excellent for just taking action, getting healthy, getting back into a healthy routine or regime, eating better, watching your weight, watching your waistline, if that is important to you. This could also bring about irritation or conflict with neighbors, siblings, cousins, relatives. It is what it is, you guys. I'm not trying to Debbie Downer this energy because Mars is bringing in opportunity from this area of life. So you could have opportunity coming in from that group of people or irritation, right? But there's a reason for that, they're showing me. Maybe some of you need to draw a line in the sandbox, right? With a relative, with a sibling, with someone, right? Maybe someone is kind of taking advantage of your big heart, Cancer. And now it's kind of like, yeah, you got to draw a line in the sandbox and you got to say no. It might sting for that other person, but who cares? They're going to get over it, right? You can't be the end all be all, Cancer. You're going to actually learn that with Jupiter in your sign because you're going to want to say yes to everything and everyone. You're going to learn by the end of this transit, Cancer. It's another lesson of Jupiter saying, okay, you want to take on the world, you want to do everything, Cancer, here you go. We're going to load you up and we're going to teach you about boundaries, right? Saturn at the top of your sky, Jupiter in your sign. You know, I do see your heart expanding on multiple levels, but gut check yourself, Cancer. You know, you don't need to save the world. You don't need to be the savior of your family anymore. You don't need to carry that. Like, who said you have to carry that in the first place, right? You can only do what you can do. At the end of the day, we're only human. I mean, unless some of you watching this are quite literally alien, right? But even that, right? You're still flesh and bone, or you're still a heavy, dense matter, right? So again, I just encourage you to just at least keep that at the back of your mind if people keep coming you and asking you for all these favors. But this is a great month to get a lot of work done, Cancer. Now, speaking of that, speaking of favors, Venus in your 11th house for the next month means benefits coming in from siblings, specifically older siblings, friendship circles, groups, people that you hang out with. So you see that interesting dynamic between Mars in the 3rd and Venus up here in your 11th, right? I think that's kind of a cool dynamic. And again, this energy could go either way. I'm not Debbie Downering it for you know, to be negative. Mars is an irritant. Venus is a smoother. She smooths over anything wherever she goes, right? So Venus in this area of life could actually be beneficial for money. This is gains, like gains from your 10th house. So clients finally paying you. You finally get that tax refund or whatever the case may be, but this is gains coming to you, towards you. This could be, again, benefits, money, help, beauty, luxurious items coming in from siblings, older siblings, friendship circles, groups, networking, people that you hang out with, people that you associate with. This is benefits coming in from them as well. Even benefits coming in from family too, because Venus rules your 4th house, Cancer. So benefits coming in from your kids, help coming in from your kids, help coming in from a parent. It could be mother or father figures or grandparents. So you see, the energy could work either way this month, Cancer, but all in all, really nice energy coming in. And I like that it's constructive. It's like you could put your fingernails in it, right? It's like you're getting traction this month of moving something forward, or at least you should see that traction by the end of June with these personal planets now in Earth and water signs, which you like, your energy likes. It's kind of like, okay, let's stop talking. Let's go with the flow here and get things moving. So Cancer, beautiful month ahead. Like I said, don't forget to set those birthday wishes on or around the 25th, regardless of when your birthday is in Cancer. And I wish you a beautiful month ahead, my friends, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Leo, let's talk about the month ahead for you and where I think your focus is going to be. So let's start with the sun. So the sun continues to move through your 11th house. So this is a very social house. This is a very light and fun and flirty house for you because it's bringing in that Gemini energy. So this is about networking. This is about your relationships to other people. So this could be more so of a focus on your friendship circle, I should say. I mean, it could be romantic gestures as well, because I'm kind of picking that up for some of you, but we'll get to Venus in a second here. But anyway, this could be about gains from the career house or chasing after your clients to get those payments in. And this is about setting yourself up for the future, putting the focus on, okay, what are my next steps? What direction do I want to head in? What goals do I want to kind of put on the back burner? Which ones do I want to bring to the forefront and focus on? So that could be the continuation this month for you, Leo. Also, I forgot to mention, 11th house could also touch on internet, your social media presence, kind of like being in the spotlight. Also, Leo, because Gemini can also bring in that, again, that networking piece, whether it's literal face-to-face or from a social media virtual presence as well. Now, once the sun joins the party in the 12th house, this is where, Leo, you have, look at all that energy in your hidden 12th house. So you got the sun there, Mercury there, you got a new moon there. So we do have a new beginning in this area of life, and Jupiter is here now in your 12th house for the next year. So check out the links below if you want to learn more about Jupiter in Cancer. I made separate videos about all the larger, outer, slower moving planets moving into new territory. If you want to learn a little bit more about them. But anyway, focus here is going to be about preparing for a brand new cycle, Leo. This is kind of like a moment of time. With Jupiter here, this feeling might last for an entire year. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but you're like, something inside of you is like, what's that saying? Like, I'm hearing gestating. They're showing me like the caterpillar in the cocoon energy. It's kind of like you're working on something in the back end, something is brewing, something is trying to get pushed up. right? Your spirit, your guides, your team is trying to nudge you towards something, Leo. So it's kind of like, are you hearing that yet? And you might not be, my friends. Like, you might not be. If you watch the first part of my video, I talked about the Jupiter square Saturn energy. You know, Saturn and Neptune, it kind of makes me smile. They're in the house of the gods. And Jupiter brings in religion and spirituality. You know, Mr. Santa Claus here moving into your 12th house, and they're squaring off. So I feel like some of you, you're going to feel these intuitive psychic nudges or even paranormal nudges, and you're going to just snuff it out. You're going to put it out. And you're like, no, that's bullshit. That can't be. Blah, 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 blah. I can see that because these energies are brand new in these signs. And again, ninth house is religion, your belief systems, spirituality, educational pursuits. Like, this is something big, Leo, that you're working towards. And Jupiter working behind the scenes is like, hey, you should do this. I think you would be good at this. And then you're like, no, your ego, I should say, is like, no, snuff it out. So that's kind of what they're showing me. And this might be present for a day, for a month, for a couple months. I don't really know, Leo. Now, around this new moon, sorry, I was continuing to explain the 12th house. Sorry, I will backtrack here. So 12th house energy, preparing for a new cycle, endings, letting things go, cleaning out the closet, cleaning out your psyche. Because why? Because Jupiter is getting ready to move into your sign a year from now. And I know that's a long ways away, but I mean, if you want a more shorter time period, Mercury is moving into your sign at the end of the month, and the sun will be moving into your sign next month. So again, you will feel re-energized, my friends, but this is kind of a time to get more sleep, take a step back. If you need more rest, get more rest, take time off, take a stress day, take a personal day, whatever you want to call it. Okay, that PTO and that vacation is there for you to use, my friends. Just hint, hint, wink, wink. Even if you are a business owner, take a time out this month. Excellent time when the sun moves into Cancer to do that. This could be about awakenings. I have no doubt many of us Leos, I'm a Leo too, you guys. I'm a Leo sun. Many of us will go through another awakening, and you're probably saying to yourself, I'm already woke up. Nah, we go through lots in our lifetime, right? We have lots of aha moments and awakenings, whatever you want to call it. Spiritual growth is on the menu in the 12th house. This is about dreams. This is about solitude. This is about healing on multiple levels, okay? This could be physical healing or mental or spiritual or psychological, subconscious, conscious healing, things like that. 12th house is also hidden gifts, talents, and abilities, which is what I was touching on before about this square coming in between Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune. I feel like, again, the universe is nudging you towards something, Leo. Are you going to heed that call, or are you going to let it lie? I think a lot of you might let it lie, and that's okay, because guess what? It's going to come back around. It just will. And I'm thinking it'll come back around perhaps when Saturn, especially Saturn, they're showing me, moves into this 9th area for you permanently. And that's not going to happen until 2026. And some of you won't even get this spark until 2026 when Jupiter moves into your sign. But anyway, I'm getting off topic here, but or I'm going too far in the future, I should say. So with all of that said, I'm going to jump around here. That new moon, you have a new moon in this area of life. You have a new beginning in this area of life. Yes, it's hand in hand with Jupiter, which is really rare. It's very, very, very rare. So again, don't be afraid to put yourself out there, Leo, to start something new, even if it's just this, even if right now you're just planting a seed, you're starting with saving $25 a paycheck, whatever this is, it's going to grow beyond what you can even imagine right now, because let Saturn and Neptune and Jupiter help you with this new beginning. It's going to be rocky. It's going to be bumpy. Because if you listen to the first part of my video, I explained all that. It's like somebody coming along, Leo, and throwing a wet towel over your head, right? Especially when you have your hair all done. And you're like, WTF, what are you doing, right? Well, you take it off, you brush it off, you shake it off, you know, you keep moving, Leo, is what I'm encouraging folks to do with this energy. But I mean, you utilize this energy as much as you want, or however you want, I should say. But my encouragement is don't let somebody put out your light. Don't let somebody put out your flame. They're going to probably try, maybe an authority figure, maybe a parent, maybe somebody at work, maybe a coworker, maybe a boss, or if you're the boss, maybe your employees, like, and you have a great idea, people laugh at you or whatever. I'm not saying this is all going to happen, Leo, by the way. I'm just throwing out examples. Don't let that scare you, because with Saturn involved, he's going to bring up the fear. He's going to bring up our biggest fears. This is, where is Saturn in your birth chart? That's where our biggest fears lie. So Saturn is going to test us. And I encourage you, just smile through it. Just smile through it. Let's do our Leo thing and just smile through it with grace and be like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. We'll see who's laughing in a year from now. We'll see who's laughing in 5 years from now, Leo. With this transit, with this new beginning, believe it or not, it is connected to a larger, bigger story. Now, don't get me wrong. Something could manifest 6 months from now, because that's how lunations sort of work. So something could manifest in December of this year. But I'm thinking bigger. I'm thinking long term, because it's connected to Jupiter, because it's connected to Saturn and Neptune. There's a bigger universal story at play here. But anyway, so that's the new beginning this month. Mars is also supporting it, this new beginning from your second house of work, of your skills, your talents, your abilities, and money, and material possessions, property, assets, like anything that belongs to you, Leo. So Mars is helping you from a constructive standpoint to help you with this new beginning that's happening at the end of the month. Okay, let's jump to that full moon now. Full moon in Sag, 20 degrees on or around June the 11th. Now, if you have anything around 20 degrees of Leo, this is also going to shine that spotlight on you in some way, shape, or form. So if your sun is around 20 degrees of Leo, this would be an ending, a culmination point, a next step, so to speak, or a next milestone, I'm hearing, in your career, or your life force, or your vitality, or how you spread your light. Or if you're not working, what are you doing on a day-to-day basis? Do you volunteer? Do you, I don't know, do you help out at a shelter? Do you help out kids? Do you work with kids? Do you watch your grandkids? Do you help out your kids in some way, shape, or form? Your family, animals, pets? I'm hearing for you as well, Leo. So if you're not working, apply this to your circumstances. So I love this full moon for you because, first of all, it's in your 5th house, shining a spotlight to your 11th house. This is a nice axis. It's a lighthearted axis. So it's about romance and dating, self-expression, entertainment, gambling. It's the house of fun, of joy, of pleasure. This is your house, by the way. The 5th house is a very identical feel to Leo. It's about children, grandchildren, what lights you up from the inside out. You know, that flame that's burning inside of you, Leo. This is where it starts in all of us. So what is this full moon showing you? And this full moon is also highlighting a big fire trine. So Mars in your sign, I know Mars in this chart, I've already moved him into Virgo because he's been in your sign for such a long time. So at around this full moon, Mars is involved with this trine and Chiron. So healing, health and well-being, again, vitality, life force could be coming in here, bringing the spark back in your romantic life, finding new love, reigniting that love relationship that you're in right now. Reigniting a passion, picking back up on a hobby that, again, something that lights you up from the inside out that's going to bring in healing. It could be emotional healing, psychological healing, physical healing, you name it. Chiron in the 9th, though, this would, you know, educational pursuits, learning something new, mentoring, teaching, coaching. I feel like a lot of Leos out there could be inspiring other people, lifting other people up, helping other people grow and learn and teach and heal themselves as well. So both lunations this month, Leo, are just incredible. I think it's a wonderful month ahead. So again, utilize this energy however you see fit. Or I think I forgot to mention the full moon shining a spotlight in your 11th house. This could be something to do with friendship circles, networking, socializing, social media, the internet, gains from your career, things like that could also be coming up because the full moons light up both axes. So I forgot to elaborate on that. Anyway, Leo, let's see here. Mars finally moving out of your sign into the 2nd house. So Leo, whenever Mars goes into an earth sign, I personally love it myself because it's about, you know, taking action, finally taking action. No more thinking, no more talking, no more dreaming, no more whatever. It's like, here we go, get the kids in the van, let's get going. Let's get rolling down the highway. Let's stop talking about this bloody vacation and let's just go. Or stop talking about camping, let's just go type of energy. So, but in the 2nd house, this is about your money, your finances, your resources, how money finds you, how you line your pockets. This is about standing on your own 2 feet, Leo, not so much about relying on other sources of income. This is you. This is about you lining your pockets, whether it's from government sources, you get, you know, money from other sources, or can you make your own money is what I'm trying to say. Mars in here could also cut and sever something. It can also make you spend a lot of money. Great time to sell assets, like cut ties with assets that you no longer need. Do you have multiple properties? Can you sell one of them? Do you have multiple boats? Can you sell one of them? Do you have a whole bunch of sports cars in the garage? Leo, can you cut one loose, right? This is, again, finding creative ways of lining your pockets on your own without relying on other sources of income, right? Depending on how money flows to you, of course. This could be about, again, cutting, ending, severing a job, because the 2nd house is also about work. Again, if you don't work, then this would be about downsizing your material possessions, assets, look around your house. What can you sell? What can you get rid of, so to speak? Also, 2nd house is your skill set, Leo. So some of you might go after upgrading your skill set, especially in Virgo, a very analytical sign. Excellent time to upgrade the skill set that you're going to be able to utilize. So that's also really nice energy too. If you're considering of going back to school or taking a course, you're going to have this energy for a long time because Mars in the 3rd house will also help support you with that. And Mars isn't moving into Libra, I think not until August. So, I mean, you have a very long stretch of time. If you're trying to learn something new, Mars will help you dive into that and just plow through it. With, again, that motivation, that passion, that action, but you gotta be passionate about it is what I'm trying to spit out here. Now, Venus at the top of your sky. For those of you that are single, I'm going to just throw it out there. You could meet love at work or something connected with your career. But that's only for those of you that are single. Now, because again, we talked about if you're in a current relationship to bring the spark back around that full moon energy. Venus at the top of the sky, though, this is really nice energy if you want to approach your boss for a raise, if you want to give yourself a raise, if you're a business owner, consider raising your prices. Doesn't have to be catastrophic, okay? Like what's 3%, you know, or cost of living in your area or whatever the case may be. Venus makes you very attractive. So if you're looking for a new job, if you're putting yourself out there, interviewing, going after new clientele, advertising, anything like that. Venus makes you very attractive when it comes to things like this up in your 10th house. Venus also brings in money. So for those of you going after new work, I would say ask for the big bucks. Go high, and then that way there, if they need to bring you down a little bit, you're still getting a really good wage. Ask for what you're worth, Leo. I find a lot of us struggle with this, not just Leos, but everybody. Well, maybe not everybody, but I guess it depends on who you are and all that jazz. But all in all, I feel like people really struggle to ask for more money. So again, bonuses, commissions are really beneficial this month. Go after clients that owe you money. Like I talked about the sun in your 11th house, that is going to help you at the beginning of June. Venus is going to be here for about 4 weeks, Leo. So definitely take advantage of this energy. If you're looking for a new job, again, Mars in your 2nd house can help you cut and sever your current employer, and then you're going to look attractive to a new employer, Leo. So that's one of the ways. Also, Venus here can make you a very, I was going to say an attractive parent. So your kids, you might spend a lot of money on your kids, or you might lavish your kids with stuff, or your parents, or your grandparents, or you might receive benefits from your parents or your grandparents. Like you'll get rewards. Doesn't always have to be money. It could be like, again, think quality items, luxury. Venus and Taurus is all about quality over quantity, so to speak. Okay, and I think that, yeah, that's about it, Leo, that I was going to talk about for this month ahead. So enjoy the month of June, Leo, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Virgo, welcome to June. Let's talk about where I think your focus is going to be for the month ahead. So Virgo, sun is still at the top of your sky. So this is highlighting your career or whatever it is that you do on a day-to-day basis, and your status and your reputation. Perhaps even you as a parent could be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form. Or maybe this is about planning for the future. Like the 10th house is also about long-term commitments and goals. So for those of you that are retired, for example, this could be a focus on retirement and maybe a focus on, okay, what are my next steps? Where do I want to go? Where do I want to channel my energy? How do I want to utilize my status and my reputation for the greater good, Virgo? So it's about spreading the light, spreading the joy. Think about the sun, right? The vitality that it spreads. And when it's at the top of your sky, I would say, obviously, spread it for good reasons. But I mean, you do you, Virgo. But it's like spreading the wealth, the abundance around, whether you're working or not working. So focus might continue to be on work for those of you that are working. Also, like I said, parents could be in the spotlight, like you as a parent, or your parents in general, mother, father, authority figures, or a boss could be in the spotlight, or grandparents could also be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form, Virgo. Okay, now once the sun moves into your 11th house, as you can see, lots of energy in this 11th house. It's all about older siblings, friendship circles, groups, personal or professional groups, community, who you consider community or what you would call your community, memberships, affiliations that you belong to. 11th house is also your role within these groups of people or associations or friendship circles that you belong to by choice, people that you surround yourself with. Your hopes, your wishes, your dreams. Social media, the internet is also in the 11th house. Networking with other individuals is in this house, like rubbing shoulders with like-minded people or new clients or new contacts or colleagues or whatever the case may be. And the 11th house also has a flavor of the future. Like I said about the 10th house, it kind of carries into the 11th house of our future plans, our long-term commitments. What do we want to pursue? What gains are we looking to bring in from that 10th house? 11th house is also what sort of like lifts you up from a community standpoint, right? And also, whenever I see this much energy in the 11th house, it's also about, okay, people that don't lift you up, that don't support you, I don't think I need to tell you what to do, right, Virgo? Like, if people are Debbie Downers, toxic relationships from a friendship standpoint, do you want them around? I'll leave that up to you, my friends. Now, I'm laughing because I'm looking at Mars in your first house this month. Mars is talking to both luminaries this month. Mars and the new moon cut and sever a relationship, a friendship that's not working. So that's why I'm smiling. I'm like, I think some of you might be cutting ties with someone this month. Personal, professional, networking, dropping a membership that you don't need, or whatever the case may be. Because it is what it is, Virgo. Like, it's nothing personal, right? It's like, I would say you want to choose who's around you, right? You want to choose the memberships that lift you up and light you up and have a purpose, right? So with all that said, Jupiter is newly in here. At the beginning of the video, I talked about the Jupiter square Saturn and Neptune for you, Virgo. So again, my overall messaging this month is, if there's any sort of new beginnings this month, especially at the end of the month when we have a new moon in Cancer at 4 degrees on or around the 25th, don't let somebody snuff out your light. Okay, so I'm thinking of a candle and somebody comes along and says, no, Virgo, that's the stupidest idea I've ever heard. Who are you to say that? What are you thinking? You're totally off your rocker. That's not for the greatest good. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, okay. So what are you going to do with that, Virgo? I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's kind of what they're showing me. The energy might get sticky. It might get funky. But how are you going to persevere through that? I mean, I think you're going to be fine with Mars in your sign. I feel like that's going to give you the spice to go after whatever it is that you want regardless. Because, I mean, you're not here to appease everybody else, right? We're all here to live our own lives, right? And I know that sounds selfish, but I mean, sometimes we have to be a little bit selfish. Otherwise, we're going to be run ragged and like we're going to be dead at 38, you know? Like it's like lifespan now, if you think about it, that's what they're showing me. Lifespan now, people can live over 100. 100 years ago, when you were 40, you were lucky you were still alive. That's what they're showing me, because it's like back then we were just run ragged, right? It was hard work. Now we're in the driver's seat. Society has changed. Things have changed. Technology hopefully kind of works in our favor, right? So anyway, Virgo, it's up to you how you want to utilize this new beginning. I'm just saying, don't be afraid of rocky new beginnings. Don't be afraid to push yourself outside of your comfort zone. And if there's finances attached to this, because Jupiter in the 11th house and Saturn and Neptune in the 8th house, which is a financial house for you, Virgo. Again, I don't want you to bet the farm or anything like that, but gut check yourself, right? If somebody comes to you and says, hey, I have this incredible financial opportunity, but you need to invest 100K. Do you have that 100K? If you do, okay, fine. But if you don't, do your research, right? Make sure you double down and double, triple check everything. Now, I'm not saying that's just obviously one example, but yeah, you might just need to have your wits about you, Virgo. And again, I think you're going to be fine because Mars is on your side. Mars is going to make you very sharp as well. And Mercury, your ruler, being in Cancer, is going to make you very intuitive. So I feel like you're going to have the sharp mind and the intuitive gut, there we go, to gut check yourself and feel it in your body. So yeah, analyze it to death, do your thing, Virgo, but then also gut check yourself. Like, what about this new beginning is in it for you and what is the risk associated with it. So that's a brand new beginning that could be coming in that 11th house, like I mentioned. And this might not even be about you, Virgo. Maybe this is about an older sibling, that maybe this is about a new friendship. Maybe this is about a brand new membership that you are starting this month, a new community, you're diving into a new group of people that is like-minded, right? Maybe you are breaking away from an old social circle and then you're putting yourself out there, excuse me, and diving into a new group of people that lights you up. So those are just some examples, or this could just be about planning for the future, and you're planting a seed this month that's going to manifest and stand the test of time for many, many, many years. Why? Because Saturn is involved and Jupiter is involved. So the planet of growth and the planet of building on a firm foundation is involved with this new moon at the beginning of the month. Plus, on top of it, it's making opportunity aspects to your planet's placements points. So if you have your sun, for example, around 4 degrees of Virgo, this is pouring into your career sector. This is pouring into your life force, your vitality, your purpose, part of your purpose of what you're here to do, Virgo. Now, I'm going to jump to that full moon at the bottom of your sky. So this is highlighting a really important angle for you, Virgo. This is the home life meeting the career life axis. So home matters could be in the spotlight. Family matters could be in the spotlight. Ancestry, healing could be in the spotlight because Chiron is involved with this full moon, making a harmonious aspect, by the way. And you as a parent could be in the spotlight. I know I said that earlier as well, but this is double energy coming in this month of possibility. Or your parents could be in the spotlight this month. So changes, activity on their front. Maybe it doesn't impact you, but it somehow ripples to you, right? So maybe your parents are moving, or this could be something to do with your grandparents. Could also be something to do with bosses and authority figures, like I mentioned. And also this full moon energy is shining a spotlight in your career sector as well, Virgo, for those of you that are working. And for those of you that aren't, the 4th house is about retirement as well. It's about endings and new beginnings. It's like wrapping something up. So then next month, when we have a full moon in Capricorn, this is going to re-energize something in you, like hobbies and interests, and taking it to the next level, monetizing a business or a side hustle, or again, something to do with your children and your home life, right? It carries into that next house, Virgo. Now, I do love this. Well, I love both of the lunations this month. They're well supported by Mars, which I'm all for, because Mars is all about directing our energy, our passions, our motivations into something, right? It's us taking the reins. It's not waiting for other people. I never recommend that anyway. You do you. You take the bull by the horns. You control your circumstances and your life, Virgo, right? So I do love these lunations for you this month. If you do have anything around 20 degrees of Virgo, you'll really feel this full moon because it's going to be squaring your rising sign, your moon sign, your sun sign, whatever you're watching for. Don't be afraid of squares. If we didn't have squares, we would all be marshmallows on the couch, okay? We wouldn't do anything, just like Mars. If we didn't have Mars in our lives, we wouldn't do anything. We would just sit on the couch and daydream all day, and we would all be, I don't know, couch potatoes. So it just means that this is definitely an action forward month for you, Virgo. So I would say, do what you can this month. I think with Mars in your 1st house will energize you from the inside out. Like, you'll feel antsy. You are definitely going to feel this energy because, your sign rules like the nervous system, the intestinal tract, and it's like that fidgety energy. I'm not saying all of you are like that, by the way. You would have to have like a stellium to really embrace the Virgo energy, or maybe some of you have rising and your sun, or rising in your moon or something like that in Virgo, to really embody and understand the Virgo energy, right? So my point is, This energy is like an electric cord running through you and towards you constantly this month. Well, you have this energy for about 6 weeks with Mars in your sign Virgo, and also the South Node is there. So at some point, Mars is going to get closer and closer and closer to the South Node. That means, again, something's got to end. Something's got to go in order to embrace something new in your 7th house of connections, of partnerships, of contracts, agreements, negotiations, marriage, your commitments, collaborations, one-on-one with people, right? So I think this is incredible energy coming in for all the Virgos out there. And again, go after what it is that you want. I don't know how many times I've probably said that already. Now, Mars in the 1st house, though, we can be susceptible to like bumps and bruises, and we can move too fast. So just be mindful of that. I'm just talking about like stubbing your toe, banging your elbow, things like that. I got Mars in the 1st house, so trust me, I would know. I'm very fortunate. I have all my digits and I have all my toes on my feet. Because yeah, Mars in the 1st house can make us kind of like clumsy and putsy. So you're lucky you just have this transit. But yeah, so just be mindful of that, because Mars can make you really speedy, like speed through things, right? But with your ruler in Cancer in a water sign, hopefully that'll help you kind of slow the energy down a little bit, and your decision making might be here nor there. Might be tough to make decisions while Mercury is in Cancer, but that's only for 3 weeks or so, and then he'll be moving into Leo at the end of the month. Now, Venus in a fellow Earth sign, again, nice energy for you, Virgo. She's going to be giving you little blessings and kisses for the next 4 weeks as she moves through Taurus. So I love this for you. Excellent for traveling. Really nice energy for learning something new, or any of you that are like mentors, teachers, coaches, anything like that. Really beneficial month for you. Really good month to line your pockets as well, because again, Taurus being in an earth sign, she's at home here. She's all about love and money. So I think it could be a beneficial month for earning money, is what I'm trying to say. Also, for those of you in the beauty industry or health industry or nutrition or diet or anything like that, man, oh man, put yourself out there this month, my friends. Whew, Jupiter in your 11th house, by the way, excellent for social media, excellent for marketing. Put yourself out there, my friends. Because I think you could have a really profitable month ahead. 9th house is also like book publishing, writing, like putting yourself out there to a higher, wider audience, my friends. And with Venus here, Jupiter in your 11th house, but you have this energy all year. Yeah, could be full on, my friends. Get that book out there. Launch that product, especially if it's like a beauty product, or if you work with anything earthy, anything tangible, textiles, hair, beauty products, makeup, health, diet, nutrition, pills, like things like that. Not like drug shit. Like I'm talking, like, I don't know, probiotics or, you know, turmeric and things like that, you guys. Very profitable month ahead here. I know I'm having a hard time spitting my words out today, which is just perfect timing. But anyway, otherwise, let's see here. I think that's all I wanted to cover in this video. Again, if I didn't already mention it, check out the links in the description box below. Neptune and Saturn and Aries, separate videos. Jupiter and Cancer, separate videos, because they deserve their own separate videos. I dive into way more detail, and you can learn about the cycles, which is like clockwork as well, Virgo. Otherwise, I think it's going to be a fantastic month ahead. And I'm also hearing for you, get comfortable with the uncomfortable. Uranus in your 9th house, yeah. You've probably been uncomfortable since 2018. He's been asking you. But anyway, speaking of Uranus moving into your 10th house next month, I'll be releasing that video early June, so stay tuned for that. So potent for you, Virgo. Super potent. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, my friends, take care, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Libra, welcome to June, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun continues to light up your 9th house, my friends, and this is really nice energy for your Libra planets, placements, points, whatever you're watching for right now. Sorry, my nose always gets itchy, of course, when I turn on the camera. 9th house is all about educational pursuits, learning something new, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. Also, putting yourself out there in general, Libra, taking those calculated risks and becoming the mentor, the teacher, the coach, the elder, or becoming the student again and going back to school. This is also the house of the gods. So for those of you that work in like the metaphysical field, hopefully this energy also worked in your favor. With the sun, they're kind of showing me a light coming in you or towards you or at you. So this would have been really good for your business. For those of you that work one-on-one with clients, or for those of you that are like light workers, I think this would have been a fantastic transit for you. And this is just the beginning, by the way, because yes, they're showing me Uranus coming into here next month, but I made a separate video about that. I'll release it early June, so stay tuned for that video. And 9th house is all about foreign shores, foreign lands, foreign cultures, people at a distance, so to speak. Because the 9th house is about international versus the 3rd house, the opposite end of the spectrum there is more your local environment or vicinity. So once the sun moves into Cancer, this is lighting up the top of your sky. Well, I should say it continues to light up the top of your sky because the sun in the 9th is also at a high point of your sky. Now it's time to move those lessons and that light, they're saying that light work, into the 10th house. So all about career, status, reputation. What are your next steps? This could also be about you as a parent, for those of you that are a parent. But hey, even if you have pets, you are a parent to those pets, my friends. Could be about a parent, mother, father, authority figures, bosses are in the spotlight. If you're a boss, by the way, this could be about you in the spotlight, or changes in that realm, changes in the career setting, or you as a boss. Also you as a boss evolving, changing, growing, learning. Jupiter in your 10th house, you're going to learn all about that over the next year. So Libra could also be about, they're saying something about your grandparents too. This could be a focus on like something to do with caregiving, caretaking, which does make sense because it is Cancer rules the top of your sky. But anyway, that's where the sun is pouring its energy into this month for you, Libra, is 9th house, 10th house. Now, as you can see, your 10th house is loaded. We got a new moon there. That's very rare. It's hand in hand with Jupiter. So whatever seeds that you plant on or around June the 25th, you may not see the results right away. Some of you will, some of you won't, but I don't want you to lose hope or sight of that. Why? Because we also have Saturn involved and Neptune involved. These are bigger societal planets that are setting you up for future success. So again, depends on how this is hitting your birth chart. Do you have anything at the beginning degrees of Libra? If you do, if it's your sun, for example, this is about planting those seeds of intention of what you want to manifest from a career perspective. If it's your moon, it would be, what does home, family, security, foundation mean to you? Where do you want to be? Where do you want to go? Where do you want to move to? Where do you want to plant roots? If you even want to plant roots, do you want to live in a motorhome and drive around the country? You know, if it's your rising sign, this is about your identity. This is how you carry yourself into the world. This is the lens, the glasses that you wear. So what is that you want to change? Do you want to change how you look at the world? You know that saying, you change how you look at the world, then the world reflects that on you, right? It's always about the glasses that we wear when it comes to the rising sign. So Libra, this goes, in my opinion, deeper than just a traditional monthly new moon that we get in usually every single sign. This goes way deeper, especially for the cardinal signs. You, Aries, Capricorn, and Cancer. This is going to amp up this new beginning for you, Libra, if you have anything else in these cardinal energies. Because this just amps up new beginnings tenfold with these big heavy hitters involved. But anyway, let me take a step back. I'll go back to this new moon. I'm going to jump around here a little bit, so forgive me, but all the dates are on the slide here. So at the end of the month, plant those seeds of intention of what you want to manifest in this area of life, even if you want to become a parent. Okay, maybe, and again, if you're not working, I get this question all the time. I see in the comments, well, I don't work. Okay, well then what are you going to do with this energy? Sometimes you have to step outside of your comfort zone. Sometimes you actually have to step outside of your apartment, your building, your home to start moving the chess pieces around of life, right? I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm not a big believer of just opportunity landing on our doorstep like our Amazon packages, okay? I'm a believer of you gotta grab the bull by the horns and take control of your life. If you want change to happen, you gotta initiate it. I'm not a big believer of waiting on another person. I'm just not. But again, some of you probably disagree with me on that, especially Librans, because Libra, part of your purpose here is you are reliant on other people. You are here to live through other people. But if you're not happy in your circumstances, whether you're working or not working, it doesn't matter what age you are, change your life. And 2025 is the prime year to just start it, you guys. Like, I'm not saying you have to, completely overhaul your life within a month. But now is the time, especially for you, this big energy in your 7th house and your 10th house and downstairs in your 5th house. And once Uranus moves into your 9th house, I should say, like, this is about starting to put things in motion that you want to create the life that you deserve and that you desire, my friends. Anyway, I'll take a step back because at the end of the day, I always talk about big long-term stuff and I kind of lose focus on the here and now. But regardless, Libra, this could be a brand new beginning in your career house, or this could be retirement on the horizon for you sooner than later, right? And Jupiter up here should expand in this area of life for you over the next year. Is it going to be constant? No. Because once he goes retrograde, that's when we start integrating all the change that happens. But anyway, he's just getting started in Cancer this month. Now, also this could be new beginnings. Yeah, as you as a parent, you as a boss, you as a business owner, you as an authority figure, new beginnings with your grandparents, new beginnings with your parents, or new beginnings on the home front in general, because this could bleed again into business or work or home, or because again, the big angles, yeah, it usually impacts more than just one area of life. Full moon in Sag, I do love this energy. It meshes well with your energy, Libra. So if you have anything around 20 degrees of Libra, again, this is full moons or endings, a culmination point. Kind of like a next chapter in your book, a new fresh start. Now, I mentioned earlier about the sun being in your 9th house. Similar energy coming in, but at the foundation of your sky, but also shining a spotlight up into that 9th house. So educational pursuits, learning something new, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, traveling, whether it's local or international, exploring something new, exploring a new city, town, state, country that you haven't seen yet or before. This could be about, again, this might not be about you. This could be about siblings. This could be about cousins, relatives, extended family members. Also, some of you, I'm hearing like your kids, something to do with your children or your grandchildren, which I guess would be rolled up under the relative banner. But yeah, specifically, maybe some of you are experiencing something to do with your kids or grandchildren, or they're having a milestone this month. You know, graduation, I think, is pretty common in June. So graduating, next steps, next milestone. So super exciting. You're definitely going to be there to support. That's another thing they're showing me. Sorry, I'm jumping around, Libra. I know, driving you nuts probably. Jupiter at the top of your sky, it could be you spreading the joy, the love, the abundance to other people, because it's like an umbrella they're showing me. And that's you pouring the abundance, the love, the resources down to your family and friends and loved ones. So you could be the safety net over the next year for your kids, your grandkids, your family, your spouse, your partner. Yeah, I could go on and on, but they're showing me, I think a lot of you are going to be spreading the love this year and sharing your light and abundance in multiple ways. And it doesn't have to be about money, by the way. It's about just giving your time and resources. For those of you that don't work and you're not a stay-at-home parent, I really encourage you to dive into helping out the greater good, because that's going to come back to you tenfold, they're saying. Even if you're working and you have the capacity, help out at your local shelter or animal shelter or something along those lines. Give back to your community, my friends. That will come back to you tenfold, they're saying. Because Jupiter also rules this third house that I'm talking about. Mentoring, teaching, coaching, you becoming the elder, you passing down that knowledge to someone. Also, for those of you, book publishing, writing, that could be highlighted this month as well. Again, putting yourself out there, like I mentioned. Get comfortable with being uncomfortable is kind of like what they're saying, which you will experience once Uranus moves into your 9th house for 7 years. But anyway, I dive into that in another video. Okay, so I apologize, Libra. I'm like all over the map with you. Let's go to your ruler is moving into Taurus this month. Now, this is a financial area of life for you, Libra. I do like this for you. This is about money coming in through other sources. So this is about marital assets or business assets or gains coming in through a partner, government, some sort of financial source, like however it is that you line your pockets. This could be from clients too, right? Really nice energy coming in for financial matters. Nice energy coming in if you need a bank loan or a mortgage or anything like that. Venus in here should help you and support you. But I'm going to throw out this caution because this is your ruler. So you should be fairly familiar with this energy. But when she's in your sign or Taurus, especially Taurus, it's about luxury, right? It's about those big ticket items. So, for example, full moon in your 3rd house, maybe some of you need a new car or a new truck or a new SUV or some new mode of transportation, right? However it is that you get around. And you go to the dealer and you're like, oh my God, I want that shiny new sports car. Like, look at it. It's candy apple red. It's got my name all over it. It's $100 grand. What's $100 grand? You know, I'm feeling good. Let's spend the money. You bring home the sports car that only sits 2 people. And your partner's like, well, where are the kids going to sit? And you're like, oh yeah, I never really thought about that, you know? So it's things like that just watch out for, right? That's obviously a big ticket item. This could be also pampering yourself, the beauty treatments, the hair treatments, the tattoos, the piercings, like, you know, again, changing your image, things on the face, things on the body, because Taurus is all about the sensory experience, right? So again, if you have the means to do so, go nuts. But if you don't, Libra, just a cautionary note to keep it at the back of your skull. Do you really need that $10,000 diamond ring? Or can you maybe splurge on a spa day or a mani-pedi or, I don't know, you fill in the blank, right? So anyway, and this goes for all of us, by the way. Venus in Taurus likes to spend money on the luxury, like high quality items here. Libra, really good for sex, your sex life. Venus in here, oh yeah, excellent energy for in between the sheets. So you can go nuts with that as well. So that's Venus in a financial house for you, my friends. Also, yeah, we talked about it. Benefits coming in from a spouse, a partner, like they might get money or they might get a bonus. And again, that filters down to you in some small or big way, whatever the case may be. Now, Mars in your 12th house. Mars, middle of the month, moves out of Leo into your 12th house. This is kind of an interesting placement for Mars. He doesn't, I like Mars in the earth signs, I truly do, but in the 12th house, this is interesting because it's a hidden house. So I would normally say some of you may feel this, some of you might not, but Mars in the 12th house, it's like shaking, quite literally shaking the skeletons out of your closet, Libra. So 12th house is all about like endings, wrapping things up, cleaning out the closet, cleaning out the psyche. But Mars in here, I'm feeling could be a really nervous energy or like a worry type of energy. So I'm going to say, do your best to channel it into something constructive. Like get your fingernails in the dirt, Libra, like be productive with this energy. Also, it might be tough sleeping with Mars in the 12th house. This too shall pass, by the way. I had this transit in my, the retrograde, the 6-month retrograde. I had this in my 12th house and it made me get on a proper sleep schedule. In the beginning, I really noticed it. Like I would wake up a lot, especially during those spiritual hours, you know, like 1, 2, 3 in the morning until 5 in the morning. That's when the other realm is awake. So I was constantly, my mind was just, you know, I'm not saying this is going to happen to you unless you work, unless you're, you know, work in the field that I work in, like the metaphysical stuff. But this is just going to help you get on a sleep schedule, my friends. Structured sleep, they're saying. And cut out, like Mars cuts and severs. So cut out things before bed, right? I don't think I need to harp on you about this. Adjust the blue light on your phone. Adjust the blue light on your computer, laptop, tablet. Try to read a traditional old school book. I know, I wish I had one in front of me. Try to read old school. Instead of on the tablet, maybe try to read a book or a, I don't know, something, journal before you go to bed. This will just challenge you to think twice about your habits before bed. Also consuming caffeine or alcohol before bed or chocolate, like think stimulants in the body, right? Mars in Virgo also makes us aware of our gut health too, because Virgo rules the intestines. So sometimes Mars in here can irritate them or inflame them. That's okay. You know, get connected to a naturopathic doctor, up your probiotics or prebiotics or I don't know, what, I'm not a healthcare practitioner, you guys, but that's kind of what they're showing me is just up your omegas or whatever you need to do. Okay. I'm not a doctor, by the way. So if your body is craving a mineral or something or an oil, maybe look into it. Maybe speak to a professional about it. Excellent energy for more homeopathic or naturopathic remedies though, because we all know, if you're a physician watching this, please forgive me, but I know if I go to I have a nurse practitioner, I don't have a doctor. If I go to them, they're more prone to push pills, right? Versus, hey, maybe you should talk to a counselor. Maybe you should go to a naturopathic doctor. Maybe you should test for food sensitivity. Maybe you will test your bodily fluids. I don't know. I don't know, Libra, but you catch my drift, my friends, okay? You catch my drift. Otherwise, that's all I was going to talk about in this video, Libra. Again, I think this is a very action-oriented month ahead. It packs a punch. Again, any new beginning, if I said this to you, don't let anyone dim your light this month, okay? Don't let a partner bring you down. Don't let a marital partner bring you down even, or a business partner. Like if you feel it in your gut of something new that you want to start again at the end of the month or anytime this month, I would say go for it. Regardless of how scary or bumpy or rocky it is, go for it, my friends. I think you're going to surprise yourself. And remember, Saturn in your opposite sign, he's going to bring up fear. He's going to bring up lack. He's going to bring up bullshit that is just testing you. That's it. That's what Saturn does. He's doing his job, right? But you're the sign ruled by Venus. So you're all about, no. We're going to smooth this over. We're going to take this in a new direction, and we're going to twist it instead of spreading the fear and the angst and the anxiety and the lack. No. You're going to turn that around, my friends, or at least I encourage you to do that, right? Again, it's up to you how you want to utilize this energy, but I'm saying take it higher and don't let somebody just snuff out your flame. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. Things will get better. Yes, when these planets pour into new signs, it's uncomfortable. We don't know what to do with the energy. So just don't let that damper your spirit, and you do you, and you go after whatever it is that you want, my friends. Okay, have a great month, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Scorpio, welcome to June, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun continues his trek through your 8th house of Gemini. So this is all about shared resources, shared finances, shared property that you have with another person. So whether this is a common law relationship, a marital relationship, people that you live with even, or contracts, agreements, commitments that you have with another person that's tied to finances or property. This could also be in business as well. Like maybe you're in business with somebody, or you're a manager, or you're a co-owner. That could be the focus this month, along with the mundane stuff. So taxes, debts, loans. This is also the house of sex. This is also the house of power dynamics. This is also the house of deep transformational change externally and internally as well. It's the house that rules those big internal shifts for you, Scorpio. Well, what am I talking about? This is your house. I should have just said that. The 8th house has the similar feel to Scorpio type of energy. So very transformative energy. It's like turning, coal into diamonds, so to speak, type of energy, right? Making lemonade out of that truckload of lemons that someone just dumped in your front yard, right? So that's where some of the focus could be this month. Now, once the sun moves into the 9th house, I think the energy is going to lighten up a little bit. As you can see, you do have a packed house here. Jupiter is moving into this house this month. You have a brand new beginning starting in this area of life, and you have Mercury also in here as well, and the sun, once the sun joins the party in the middle of June. So 9th house, brand new beginnings coming out of this house about your belief systems, about also, the focus could also be in this area of life. It might not be about new beginnings, it could be, but also we're talking about the sun moving into this area of life, putting sort of a spotlight in this area of life for you as well. So religion, legal matters, legal battles, higher education, teaching, traveling, coaching, mentoring, anything to do with long distance traveling, long distance trips, foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures. This is the house of pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. This could be about citizenship, immigration, paperwork, passports, things like that. Basically all the paperwork you need to travel nowadays, which I just find is getting more and more complicated. But anyway, anything to do with international or global matters is the 9th house. And again, this is about, I'm looking at Jupiter here. Jupiter is going to challenge you, Scorpio, over the next year to not only expand in this area of life, he's going to bring forward opportunity and quite literally expand your horizons over the next year, Scorpio. Travel for you over the next year is going to be extremely beneficial. Also, if you're traveling this month, long distance, I think it would be an incredible experience as well. But just watch out for the bumps. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, this new beginning that's happening in this sign, in this area of life at the end of the month could be bumpy because it's hand in hand with Jupiter, which is rare, by the way. But I love this new moon hand in hand with Jupiter because it amps up the new moon energy. It amps up your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, whatever you're planting in this area of life. This area of life is also book publishing, by the way. So for those of you that are trying to launch a book or get a book out there, you have an entire year of Jupiter having your support with this. But this new beginning is squaring Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house of day-to-day duty, responsibility, work, and your health and well-being. So don't let the bumps in the road get you down. Don't let that stop you. It's just tests. That's all Saturn is doing, is giving you a gut check. He's bringing in the lack. He's bringing in, by the way, this is just a mindset that he's bringing in. He's testing the foundation of this new beginning, saying, hey, do you really want to do that? Because he's bringing in the fear, he's bringing in the lack, he's bringing in the boundaries, which, you know, boundaries I'm all for. But he might bring in that critical cold eye. And it may be real and it may be not, because Neptune is also involved. And Neptune is all about illusions and delusionment. Am I saying that right? Delusions, being delusional. He brings in the fog. So you see what I mean? This energy is like here nor there nor everywhere. Jupiter's trying to expand. Saturn's trying to constrict. Plus he's testing you. Plus Neptune is bringing in the fog. So Scorpio, at the end of the day, I'd say just follow your intuition. Do what you want to do, right? And if you're not sure, then pump the brakes, right? So I'm still encouraging people. This is a great month to put yourself out there, push yourself outside of your comfort zone, break through those barriers, put up those boundaries. You don't need to say yes to everyone and everything, and lean out. They're showing me, like, lean out your team, or lean out your goals, or lean out whatever it is that you're trying to manifest, right? Sort of laser focus in on one thing versus trying to focus on 10 things. Just try to do one thing at a time, Scorpio. So lots of energy is what I'm getting at around the end of the month, around this new moon in Cancer. Again, it's a beautiful new beginning, a beautiful new moon, but it packs a punch with lots of different energies coming at this new beginning. The good news is your ruler is supporting both the new moon and the full moon this month, which I love for you, and I love for Aries as well, because you're both ruled by Mars. So Mars coming in from the 11th house, this is gains from the career sector. This is going after your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your goals, kind of like what we talked about there. So Mars will give you the gutso, so to speak, the guts, the motivation, the drive to go after this new beginning, Scorpio, because it's very supportive coming in from your 11th house. And you might even get support from your friends or people that you hang out with in your social circle, networking, whether personal or professional. People actually might be helping you with this new beginning as well, which is really nice. Now, let's jump to the full moon. I'll back up. June 11th is the full moon in Sag. Now, this is lighting up your financial axes. So remember I talked about the sun in Gemini. So similar energy could be coming in around this full moon as well. So this could be about your partner's finances, resources, shared assets, shared debt, shared property. Again, the house of fear, power, control issues. Or this could be about you personally, your personal finances, your personal investments, things that belong to you personally, not what you share with another person. This includes the bank, by the way. 8th house is like mortgages, debts, loans, taxes, money coming in from your clients or other sources, or your spouse or your partner. But then this, I could flip this because full moons highlight the entire axis. So for those of you that doesn't resonate, this is about you then. This is about how you earn an income, how you earn a living. What do you do for work? Do you need to upgrade your skill set? Do you need to get with the times? Do you have to upgrade? You fill in the blank there. Because second house is material possession. So it could be anything, right? It could be a home. It could be a living circumstance. It could be a vehicle. It could be a bike, like however you get around, I'm thinking. It could be your equipment, your technology. Like, is there something you need to upgrade or brush up on so you can take with you to your benefit? Again, fill in the blank. Do you work? Do you not work? I was going to say take with you into your career, but I can appreciate not everybody watching probably works. So what do you do on a day-to-day basis? How does money flow to you? Are you saving for a rainy day? Do you want to save for a rainy day? But anyway, my point is there's focus here on your financial situation or matters this month. And again, it could be just your relationship with a bank, remortgaging, refinancing, consolidating debt, getting rid of things, Scorpio. Full moon can also, this is an ending, right? So it could be selling off property, selling off material possessions. Look around your house, get rid of things that you don't need anymore, right? Now, let's jump to, let's see here. Mars, your ruler in the 11th house. We kind of touched on that. So the 11th house, all about friendship circles, excuse me, people that you surround yourself with. Mars in the 11th house, I do like, I talked about it earlier. It makes you have the action, motivation, drive to go after your ambitions, to go after your long-term commitments and goals. But it can also cut and sever something in this area of life. So the 11th house is friendship circles. It is memberships. It is associations, affiliations, personal or professional. Something might need to go in this area of life, especially when Mars gets closer to that south node. Something might need to, you'll need to let go of it in order to welcome in something new. This also, I'm going to put it out there, Scorpio, Mars is a double-edged sword. Wherever he goes, he also irritates. So friendship circles, I'm thinking, there might be some agitation there. There might be some irritability there. I don't know if it's going to be you or if it's going to be somebody else, but there might be some butting heads, some disagreements within these social circles. Okay. This is also social media, you guys. So watch out for being a keyboard hero, or there could be keyboard heroes coming at you. I mean, 11th house the 11th house supports you, Scorpio. It's more so if Mars was opposing you, that would be people kind of like attacking you online. But still, there could be disagreements, let's call them. Not conflict, but disagreements. Also, this could be with a sibling, I'm going to say. Could be older, but just a sibling in general, there could be some irritation there as well, my friends. So again, just nothing to worry or fear about. And again, general reading, take what resonates and leave the rest. It's not going to manifest for all of you in this way. Now, Venus in your opposite sign. I do like this, Scorpio. Venus moving through the 7th house. For those of you that are single and looking for a relationship, Venus cruising through the 7th house could definitely bring in possibilities for love. You know, wherever Venus goes, she attracts in love and money. Now, if you've had any difficulty in your current relationships, this is in love, this is in marriage, this is in business, this is with friendships, anyone one-on-one with you, Scorpio. Venus in here over the next 4 weeks should bring in some benefits. She should smooth things over in this area of life for the better. Okay, she's trying her best here. She's in her home sign. You know, she can do a lot of good things in her home sign, but this might also be very indulgent. Okay, so luxury, think luxury items, right? So splurging on a partner, splurging on yourself. I think it's going to be on a partner though. Buying fancy things, going big, go big or go home with this energy, Scorpio. So that's the only thing I would watch out for all of us, is just spending a little bit too much money on, for you, it's another person. It's like lavishing them with something, roses and chocolate and diamonds and fancy cars, and like, it's like taking them on a vacation that's like costing you thousands and thousands of dollars, Scorpio. So that's the flavor of this energy. Or this could be a business partner. Like you're trying to impress a business partner. So you're picking up the tab, you're picking up the check, you're paying for new office equipment. You're like stepping up and paying for everything, Scorpio. So again, if you have the means to do so, you do you. But if you don't, again, this is just a heads up energy that the flavor is there where we're going to want to spend money. Whenever Venus goes through a money sign, all of us want to spend money in this respective area of life. And it's your one-on-one relationships. It could even be, let's see here, it could even be, actually it could be on a secret lover, because I see she rules your hidden 12th house, or secret indulgences, right? So this could be food or, what am I trying to say? Food, alcohol, drugs, things like that. Doing things in secret, overindulging, overdosing in secret, like taking on too much, drinking too much, eating too much in secret, because she does rule your 12th house as well. So anyway, just something to be mindful of, Scorpio. Let's see here. Otherwise, I think that was pretty much all I was going to talk about for the month ahead. And if I didn't already say so, check out my separate videos if you haven't already done so. I made a separate video about Jupiter in Cancer, Saturn and Neptune in Aries. All of those, check out down below in the description box. I made separate videos because I dive into a little bit more detail about what these energies could bring to the table for each and every one of us. But otherwise, Scorpio, enjoy the month ahead. Like I said, lots of traction this month. Beautiful energy for coming in for each and every one of us, I'm going to say, because this is a month of taking action in multiple areas of life and planting those seeds of what you want to manifest. Again, starting at the top of your sky, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, I'm going to say, but again, this is just my personal opinion. I'm not saying break the bank or sell everything and go nuts, but this is definitely an action-oriented month ahead for you, Scorpio. So enjoy, and we will talk to you in July. Bye for now. Hey, Sagittarius, welcome to the month of June, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun is still trekking along in your opposite sign of Gemini there. So focus could still be on other people or anything to do with your one-on-one connections with other people. This could be friends, this could be marital partnerships, this could be common law partnerships, business partnerships, any connection you have with one-on-one people, even your local community and environment, because Gemini rules your local vicinity. So neighbors, neighborhoods, your community, your local city, town, state, province, wherever you're living right now. It's all about local and keeping it local. Now, once the sun shifts into your 8th house, as you can see, you got a full 8th house for the month ahead. Jupiter is just moving in there. So Jupiter is your ruler, by the way. So Jupiter is moving into new territory for the next year. Check out my Jupiter in Cancer video below to learn a little bit more about this transit and Jupiter cycles, and also what Jupiter could bring to the table for you over the next year. But not only that, Mercury is in here, and you have a brand new beginning or a fresh new start that is trying to take place in this area of life, Sag. So what is the 8th house? Anything to do with big life shifts, big life change, big life transformation. And keep in mind, Jupiter is going to be in here an entire year, helping you expand in this area of life. So death and rebirth. I don't mean you're going to die, Sag, but take it higher, of death and rebirth, metaphorically speaking, right? So a part of you, because again, this is your ruler, a part of you will pass away in a good way. So think about how a snake sheds its skin. That's what they're showing me. All the Sagittarians are going to be going through this, whether you are sun, moon, or rising. It's about shedding away the old so you can bring in that fresh energy for when Jupiter moves into your 9th house of the gods, my friends. This is your house. I'm getting way ahead of myself here, but it's time to do the dirty work. It's time to start at the base, at the bottom, at the sludge level, right? At the water table level and work your way up, Sag. It's time to start at the foundation so you're ready to reach for the stars in a year from now. And I'm not saying you're not ready for that now, my friends, but anyway, 8th house, death and rebirth, transformation, taxes, debts, loans, mortgages, shared finances, shared property, shared assets, anything that you share with another person. Again, marriage, common law, business, anyone you're in bed with, literally or from a figurative standpoint, anything shared could be up for some change or new beginnings with this new moon. But again, keep in mind Jupiter is in here as well. This could be about inheritance. This could be about consolidating debt or finalizing debt. Again, endings and new beginnings here. So some of you could be getting a mortgage, getting a car loan, getting a business loan. Again, you fill in the blank here. Think about new beginnings in this area of life. This is also the shadow. 8th house is big on shadow work. Again, doing the grunge work, looking into the darkness without being scared, which Saturn, by the way, is gonna bring in the fear angle. If you watch the beginning of my video, I talked about this, how Saturn and Neptune is going to be challenging this new moon and Jupiter just temporarily, and they're also going to be challenging this new beginning. And what is Saturn? Saturn's very karmic. Saturn brings forward fear, constriction, limitation. And here's the interesting thing. It could be real and it could be fake because we got Neptune here. So intuition is going to be key with this new beginning, Sag. And again, this is your ruler. This is a new beginning with your ruler, which is very rare to have this. If Saturn and Neptune weren't in the mix, I would say reach for the stars, but you might need to bring in the practicality with this new beginning in your 8th house, especially if it's connected to a financial new beginning with another person or another partner. I do want you to gut check this, Sag. Now, if you're a millionaire, zillion, like I don't know your financial situation, my friends, so I don't mean to harp like an old lady, but for those of you that are watching your pennies, that are conscious of your finances and resources, make sure you know who you're getting into bed with. That's all I'm going to say. Because there could be a reason why Saturn and Neptune are here. Because Saturn is business, Neptune is love. So whether you're mixing love and business and money and, you know, I could go on and on and on about this, right? So unfortunately, this energy is a little bit tainted. Like I said, the wet blanket is being thrown on you, Sag. It's being thrown on your ruler by Saturn and Neptune. Kind of like, there you go. We're going to snuff out your light. My challenge to each and every one of us this month is to just move towards what lights you up. Move towards your intuition, what feels right for you, and you can never go wrong. If it feels good, you can't go wrong. If something feels off, take a step back. Just say, hey, I'll sign on the dotted line. Just give me time to digest and reflect, you know? So anyway, Sag, that's just kind of some examples of what could be coming up, not only with the sun being in this area of life, but also you have a new moon at the end of the month. June 25th, give or take a day or two. So forgive me, I'm bouncing around here, but the dates are on the slide here. Now, shifting to the full moon in your sign. You are in the spotlight this month, Sag. This is your full moon. We only get maybe 1 or 2 of these a year. If we're lucky, we get 2. But this could be about you, endings and new beginnings, or endings and new beginnings with a partnership. Because full moons illuminate both sides of the house, both sides of the axes. New moons don't really work that way. That's just my opinion. But full moons shine a spotlight. Think of a little flashlight. So that you're holding the flashlight like this, okay? Who is it shining at? It's your 7th house. It's your Gemini house. So this is about partnerships. Again, I mentioned this already with the sun here. Partnerships in business, love, or anything to do with one-on-one agreements, contracts, negotiations, even marriage, or your connection with another person. So it could be family, friends, loved ones, whatever, right? So there's an ending, a culmination point here as well. Now, this full moon is well supported by Mars in your 9th house of Leo before he moves into Virgo, and also Chiron down in your 5th house. So this is healing coming in from either something to do with foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures, foreign anything, what am I trying to say here? Anything to do with, like, I feel like for some of you, this could be like the old homeland, they're saying. Like, for those of you that, yeah, you know, there's people that live all over the globe. So this could be connected to your homeland overseas. Or this could be about healing on a physical level, healing on an emotional level, healing from a belief system. Maybe something's been pounded in your head for all these years and you want to shift that belief system now. You want to shift that value system. Or this could be healing coming in from a relationship standpoint. What does love and romance and sexuality mean to you? It could be healing on that level as well. It could also be, again, this could be spiritual, you guys, or physical. But I do like how the full moon is in your sign quite literally. If you have anything around 20 degrees, this is going to impact you personally. If it's your sun, this could be about your life force, your vitality, your purpose, or your career, or father figures in your life, by the way. Or this could be about a romantic partner, your children, healing your childhood wounds, or something that you brought in from a past lifetime, or educational pursuits, becoming the mentor, the teacher, the coach, being worthy of something, because you are Sag. So this can go deep. Like, I can go down the rabbit hole with this, and I'm really trying not to, but just know this could be healing on a deeper level than you can even comprehend right now. I really encourage you, if you're feeling called to do so, work with a Reiki specialist, a light worker, massage, like move the energy through your body, a therapist, a counselor. Like, this could go really deep for you, Sag. So I don't want to underestimate that. Some of you will feel this, some of you won't. Or again, this could be something to do with a partner, healing with a partner, or healing your partnership, or healing your marriage. Now, keep in mind, though, that could be moving away from a partner, right? This is a full moon after all, and this is about you. This is about, what do you want to do? This is about being a little bit selfish and about your personal new beginnings. Anyway, so very important luminaries this month, you guys. Super, super important. I love June. It packs a punch, and it just screams forward momentum. Like, it's like, let's move forward with this energy, and let's get going with creating the life we want to the best of our ability, because the planets are supporting us, but they're also challenging us to think outside the box, and for you, maybe even go a little bit deeper than that. Okay. Mars. Let's talk about Mars at the top of your sky. He moves into Virgo middle of the month, and he's going to be here for about 6 weeks or so, Sag. Now, Mars at the top of the sky. I'm going to put it out there. I have to see more signatures in the chart to confirm this, but you could cut and sever something at the top of your sky. A job, a career. This could be you moving into retirement or semi-retirement. This could be you cutting away clients. This could be a boss leaving the workplace, somebody in authority. Okay, it doesn't have to be, but it could be. Mars and the South Node coming together, though, I think that's going to happen next month. But something here has got to go. Something here has got to end at the top of your sky here, Sag. So this could be something to do with your status, your public reputation, what you're known for. It depends on what you do. Are you working? Are you a business owner? Do you work for an employer? Or are you retired? Are you raising kids? By the way, this could make you an irritable parent. I'm going to put it out there, Sag. This could make you feisty, okay? And a little bit cranky at times. I'm just going to, because this is irritation, okay? Mars is irritation. He's motivation, passion, action, drive, and I love it when he comes into an earth sign. I love Mars in earth signs because he's actually productive. He can put his hot-headedness to work, which I love. But Mars irritates. He's a sword, okay? Think of him as a sword. He can slice and dice for good, and he can slice and dice for not so good, right? Irritation, inflammation, also in the guts, because Virgo is the intestinal tract and the nervous system. So I encourage people to channel this energy into something versus sitting there and vibrating, right? So if you're into exercising or anything like that, channel it into healthy outlets and you should be fine. But anyway, going back to you as a parent, this can make you a little bit irritable on the parental front. This could be conflicts with a parent or with your boss or with people at work. But again, this could be great for those of you wanting to cut ties with a client, getting rid of a job that no longer suits you. Because again, Mars is going to make you go after what you want. So not a bad energy, you guys. I don't think this is a bad energy, but something does need to be let go of in the next 6 weeks because the South Node is here. Something needs to be let go of so you can welcome in something new in your 4th house of home, family, foundation, and security. Something to do with the home or family. Or again, you as a parent or working with a parent or one of your parents or changes in your parents' lives or grandparents' life. So make Mars work for you, basically. And Mars, by the way, did I mention this? Yeah, Mars is supporting both the full moon and the new moon this month. So I do love that. Mars is working with us this month. It's just that Mars in immutable energy, he will be challenging your energies, Sag, but please don't panic about that. It just means that he's bringing in change. And he also rules your psyche. So it could quite simply mean changing your mindset, changing how you talk to yourself. When you look at yourself in the mirror, what do you say to yourself? Change that, please. If you're being a negative Nancy or a Debbie Downer to yourself, please, 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 please change that, my friends, because you deserve better. Like, it's quite obvious. You deserve better. Okay, Venus in your 6th house. I do like this. This is good for work. This is good for clients. Similar themes here. You're gonna see I'm gonna repeat myself. 10th house, 6th house is work houses for you, Sag. So focus this month could also be on work, whatever it is that you do on a day-to-day basis. Again, if you're not working, apply this to your circumstance. By the way, if you are retired, make sure you channel that Mars energy into exercise or outlets, physical outlets. Don't sit with this energy. I don't know if I mentioned that or not, but anyway, Venus in the 6th house. This could be money coming towards you from clients. This is excellent energy, actually, to put yourself out there, advertise. Money could find its way to you this month. Ask for a bonus, ask for a raise, ask anything to do with money on the work front, you know, ask. You never know. I wouldn't push it though with Mars at the top of your sky. I would just ask once and let it lie. And then I would ask again when Venus comes into Virgo, which I'll tell you that again. When Venus comes to the top of your sky, always a good time to ask for a raise. Or if you can, I get it, some workplaces you can't because you're on a scale, but for those of you that work, it depends on the workplace, I guess. But anyway, nice energy with coworkers. It makes the environment, is like smooths over the energy in the work environment. Also, if you're looking to hire anybody, if you're a business owner, excellent energy to work with people, collaborate with people, hire people, even around your house. If you're looking for somebody to, you know, work on your home, cut your lawn, whatever the case may be, it's really nice energy to find somebody to work with you while Venus is in this 6th house. So you kind of have a four-week window, but even when she pops into the 7th house, that's not a bad thing either, because she sweetens the pot with anyone you sign on the dotted line with. So I love that too. Rental units, rental homes, if you have that, again, line your pockets with money, cash. I love it. Spoil yourself, Sag, if you want to, but I would just suggest don't go overboard, because Venus and Taurus can make us way overindulge. She likes luxury, right? So think like diamond rings, diamond earrings, luxury sports cars, luxury treatments that are like over the top, chocolate, wine, drugs, alcohol. Like pick your poison, you guys. Pick your poison. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, by the way, right? Like if you have the means to do so and you walk into a dealership and you're like, I want that sports car in candy apple red. Well, you do you, you know, and it's 100 grand or 200 grand. That's up to you, my friends. But she does like to splurge on quality items when she's in Taurus. So just, you know, putting it out there, basically. Putting it out there. Yeah, well, we might crave sweets too. You might crave sweets in the 6th house because this is diet, nutrition, health. Those of you on a strict diet plan or something, oof, that might go sideways this month. But that's okay. She's only in here 4 weeks, you guys, so she'll move on. But anyway, my point is spoil yourself, Sag, within reason, of course. I'm not going to hag on you, rag on you like an old lady. Anyway, my friends, enjoy the month ahead, and we will talk to you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Capricorn. Welcome to June, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun continues his trek through your 6th house. Very busy, busy, busy day-to-day house. So duty, responsibility, work, your work environment, the culture of the workplace, whether you're a business owner or you work for an employer. 6th house rules all that. This is about your diet, your health, your routines, your nutrition, basically anything to do with your day-to-day stuff, right? So yeah, very busy, Capricorn. I have no doubt you've been busy. That's going to continue into this month. And then once the sun pops into your 7th house, as you can see, a loaded 7th house here. You have a new beginning here, a new moon, hand in hand with Jupiter. Jupiter is newly in this area of life. Mercury is joining the party along with the sun. And Capricorn, this is all opposing your planet's placements or points. Oppositions can be a mixed bag. They usually can bring manifestation or something to the surface, something that you can't ignore any longer. Or this is about a rebalancing of, if it's your sun sign, it could be your career. If it's your moon sign, it's something to do with the home front. And if it's your rising sign, this is clearly to do with a partnership or your role in this partnership, whether it's in love or business, or again, your one-to-one connections with other people, or contracts, agreements, and or negotiations, or marriage as well. So Capricorn, that's going to be part of the focus for you this month as well. Also, some of you could be signing on the dotted line this month for something. This could have something to do with foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign whatever. Somewhere far away from you. I'm thinking overseas, but I'm thinking paperwork, like citizenship, passports, immigration paperwork could be coming to the forefront. Obviously, business paperwork, and also, well, just something to do with work, because Mercury rules your 6th house and your 9th house. Also, educational pursuits, you becoming the mentor, the teacher, the coach. 9th house is also about reaching a higher, wider audience. So for those of you book publishing or anything like that, not a bad month to try to put yourself out there if you can, depending on what stage you're at, of course. So Capricorn, lots of new energy coming into the 7th house. Check out my Jupiter in Cancer video if you're interested, because I'm not really going to touch upon it here. But long story short, Jupiter in here, it's expanding your horizons from a relationship angle, from a relationship standpoint, Capricorn. Also, Jupiter in here can bring marriage, but I got to see it multiple times in the birth chart. It's not just about one planet. I would have to see it several times in your birth chart, if this is even your truly 7th house as well. Anyway, new beginnings. I'm going to jump around here, Capricorn. End of the month, June 25th, give or take a day or two, 7 degrees of Cancer, hand in hand with Jupiter, which is very rare, by the way. This doesn't happen every day. But if you watch the beginning of my video, I talked about the Jupiter square Saturn and Neptune. Now, not the end of the world. Saturn and Neptune kind of bring a Debbie Downer energy, but there's a reason and a purpose for this. And Saturn is your ruler, by the way. So anything with Saturn involved, Capricorns and Aquarians, for that matter, are very sensitive to it. We feel it a little bit more. And I'm right there with you, my friends. I got my moon in Capricorn and I got my rising in Capricorn. So I'm also preaching to myself here. So new beginnings with a relationship. New beginnings with signing on the dotted line with something or someone, or connected to a home, a family matter, something to do with traditions or your roots or your ancestry. Also for you, I don't know, water is coming up. So like water therapy or living by the water or being by the water or something to do with water is also coming up for you, my friends, because there's just so much energy in Cancer. Cancer's water as well. Maybe if you can take a vacation or camp or something by the water, I think that will help soothe your soul this month, Capricorn, as well. Now, Saturn, Neptune challenging this new beginning at the foundation of your sky. It could be a family matter. It could be something to do with your parents, mother, father, authority figures. Could be you as an authority figure feeling like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You could just feel stuck. I feel like some of you, it's like you want to start this new beginning and you just feel like you can't. You're just like, whether it's family obligation, family duty, taking care of a parent, taking care of a child, restrictions with money, restrictions with material possessions. Something is like giving you a big butt. And guess what? That's Saturn. That is Saturn. He's bringing in the fear. He's bringing in the restriction. He's bringing in the frustration. And Jupiter, guess what, is expanding that, right? I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, Capricorn. This will pass. Don't worry about it. Like I said at the beginning of the video, it's like a wet blanket is being thrown on you. What are you going to do? Yeah, it pisses you off. It feels like shit, but you take it off, you throw it off, and you're like, you comb your hair and you're like, I'm good, right? I know, easier said than done, because these are big angles of your chart, Capricorn, but there's a reason for this. All the cardinal signs are being given this powerhouse energy. We are part of the people that are going to change the world. Capricorns, Cancers, Aries, and Libra. Because we're the ones that are having this energy in big, heavy hitter areas of the sky. Especially if you have anything in Cancer, in Libra, in Aries. This is just going to amp this up tenfold, right? So Saturn is trying to help you build on a solid foundation. And he's trying to shake out the scarcity, the cobwebs, the fear, the control, all that gunk from the past. He's trying to like get rid of that. He is bringing that up though. He's like, no, 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 Capricorn, you've shoved that down far enough. Especially Capricorn moon people. It's going to come up. But it's coming up for a reason, and Neptune is going to help you dissolve it. And by the end of this transit, when Saturn moves along into Taurus in 3 years, trust me, you're going to be one of the signs that actually has something to stand on. And I can't say that for some of the other signs, but it's coming for them too. So Capricorn, I know some of you probably don't want to hear that, but anyway, I can only fluffy bunny so much stuff, you guys. So I do apologize, but I feel like I can talk frank with all of you because you're like my people. I'm a Capricorn rising too. I get it, you guys. I'm going through this shit too. And it's not easy. But all I know is that we are going to be powerhouses once these transits move along. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. I always get on a soapbox. I apologize. Anyway, this new beginning in your 7th house could be beautiful, could be a brand new love relationship, brand new business relationship, brand new employer coming in, again, contracts, agreements, negotiations, or marriage, okay? Marriage is on the table, by the way, for a whole year, my friends. So it's not just like this little short window of time. It's a big window of time. Anyway. But yeah, don't let the bumps and the bruises and the rocks in the road and slipping on the banana peel, don't let that bring you down, my friends. Just keep doing you, one step at a time. Just do what you can do, Capricorn, because this energy will pass. Okay, this is not forever. This is the final square. I talked about it in the beginning of the video. This is it. And finally, Jupiter is going to pull away from Saturn and Neptune. And the next time Jupiter talks to these planets, it'll be a trine. Thank God. Okay, so don't fret too much right now, my friends. It doesn't matter. Jupiter is expanding in this area of life anyway. So he is trying to expand your horizons. It's just that Saturn is gut checking you, saying, hey, are you sure you want to do that? Hey, you forgot something. Hey, make sure the finances are there. Hey, blah, 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 whatever. He's just trying to gut check you on something. That's all. Okay, let's jump to that full moon. This full moon is in your hidden 12th house, but it is shining a spotlight in your 6th house of work as well. Full moons do that. They light up both axes. New moons don't really do that. It's about the concentrated area of life. It's planting those seeds in the dark of what you want to manifest in the next 6 months or so, depending on the lunation cycle, of course, but I like to keep it simple. So seeds that you plant this month could grow to fruition in December of this year. So full moon in Sag on or around the 11th of June. This is shining a spotlight again on work, on duty, on responsibility, on your health and well-being, how you're taking care of your body. But this could also be how are you taking care of your mental health, Capricorn? Because this is in your hidden 12th house as well. The 12th house is about preparing for a new cycle. Because next month we have a full moon in your sign. So this is shining the spotlight on you. But for now, this is shining the spotlight on cleaning out the closet, cleaning out the cobwebs, cleaning out the gunk. So this is about endings, letting go of something that no longer serves you. It's about solitude. It's about spirituality. If you believe in spirituality or if that interests you, it's about awakenings, growth, spiritual growth, dreams, solitude, spending time with yourself. Again, healing on the mental, physical, emotional, psychological, or spiritual level. And they're also showing me there's something here you got to rebalance. Capricorns are good at being a workaholic. I can appreciate that. We get shit done. But sometimes that works against us because then we develop illnesses in the body, right? Because we're just working too much. So it's about balancing those out. But this could also be balancing the mind, right? So working with a counselor, a therapist, somebody to vent to help us work through the psychological gunk. Because again, the full moon might bring something to our awareness that needs to be let go and released, Capricorn. And again, some of you might feel this and some of you won't. Also around the full moon, it'll probably keep you up around this time. Lunations or anything in the 12th house sometimes keep us awake at night. So what is keeping you up at night, Capricorn? You know, again, try to flush that out. And the full moon might also be asking you to get yourself into a better sleep habit or routine, or what are you doing before bedtime type of thing. Could be as simple as that. Anyway, also this could be something to do with your pets, Capricorn. So ending culmination point with something to do with your pets as well. Alrighty, let's talk about Mars up in your 9th house. 9th house is the house of the gods. It's about spirituality. It's about your belief system. It's about foreign lands, foreign shores, foreign cultures, anything to do with international matters. It could be long distance tripping, traveling, exploring, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. It's educational pursuits. It's learning something new. It's going after what it is that you want in this area of life. Again, I think I mentioned like book publishing, writing is up here. Or if you want to mentor, teach, coach somebody, downloading your information to somebody else, training somebody else, being that mentor to somebody else. And at the end of the day, Capricorn, something's got to be let go of in this area of life because he's coming up to that south node over the next 6 weeks. So something needs to be released in this area of life so you can welcome in something new at that north node point in your 3rd house of local community, your local vicinity, your local living, neighborhood, siblings, cousins, relatives, things like that, Capricorn. Could be a belief system, you know, or religion or spirituality or something along those lines. Like something that you're telling yourself, Capricorn, might need to be let go of in this area of life. You know what? Maybe it's an educational pursuit. I can see this both sides of the coin here. Maybe there is an educational pursuit that you got to let go of and you need to move into something different, or you need to learn something new. Like this could be a shifting of the educational axes here. That could be one example. If you are traveling, Capricorn, especially long distance to foreign shores, foreign lands, I'm just going to put it out there. Be careful wandering down like dark alleys or dark streets or like places that you're not familiar with, especially alone. I don't really recommend that. So I'm just gonna throw it out there because Mars can cause irritation and arguments and fights. So again, do you really want to get into an argument or fight overseas? That's not going to be for all of you, obviously, but you know, I can't help but think of that with Mars in the 9th house as a possibility. But at the end of the day, Mars is going to ask you to reach for the stars and go after whatever you want. And Mars is also trining all of your planets, placements, points in Capricorn. So again, energizing your career, energizing your life force, energizing your purpose or part of your purpose, energizing the home life if you have Capricorn moon. Really nice energy pouring into your sign of like get up and go type of energy, Capricorn. Now Venus, also in an earth sign. I absolutely love this because at some point they're going to make a big earth trine to you, Cap. So I love that. Venus in the 5th house, for those of you single, This could be new love coming in, especially when she comes up together with Uranus. That could be sudden new love coming in, or sudden breakthroughs, or sudden money, unexpected money coming your way. So I do love, love, love this. Even beauty treatments, you know, they could go better than expected with Venus coming up against Uranus. But my Capricorn mind tells me, well, Stacey, it could go the other way too. But I mean, it's a trine to your planets, placements, points. Unless you have Capricorn, if you have anything in Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius, that would change the story. So this is where it comes down to your personal birth chart. But in general, wherever Venus goes, she brings in money and luck and love and beauty and luxury and quality items. Some of you might want to lavish your partner with jewels and money and diamonds and all this cool stuff. So I would just say watch your pocketbook, for those of you that want to watch your pocketbook, because you don't want to overindulge and then you're like, oh my God, this $25,000 bill came in because I bought my partner a diamond ring or something like that, Cap. Anyway, you do you. I'm not here to harp like an old lady. But Venus in here is nice for romance. Even if you are in a committed relationship, she's going to be sextiling your descendant, your love line. So there's another signature of positivity coming into your partnership sector, whether you're single or you're connected or married. Really nice energy coming in for that. Really nice energy coming in for your kids as well. Hobbies, anything you love, side hustles, taking a vacation, entertainment, gambling. This is the house of anything that lights you up and brings you joy, Capricorn. This is the house of grandchildren as well. So anyway, beautiful energy coming in for you, Capricorn. And like I said, something might surprise you in a good way once she comes together with Uranus here. Yeah, I'm looking at my mundane transits. Do they have this listed? I don't even know if they do. Doesn't look like they do. Anyway, forgive me. I was going to give you a date. But anyway, she's in here for the next 4 weeks. So that is really nice energy. This is like, I'm hoping, a pleasant surprise. And if you have anything around the final, I'm going to say 8 degrees of Capricorn, this will just amp up that surprise energy. But otherwise, Capricorn, a beautiful month ahead, lots of traction. I think you could get a lot done in the month ahead, especially regarding your partnership sector. And yeah, enjoy, my friends. We'll talk to you in July. Bye for now. Hey, Aquarius. Welcome to June, and let's talk about where I think your focus is going to be for the month ahead. So the sun is still trekking along in your 5th house. So 5th house is all about romance and dating and sexuality and your hobbies and your passions, your children, your grandchildren, holidays, vacation, entertainment, gambling. Like, it's just one of the best houses in the entire zodiac wheel. The 5th house and the 11th house, to me, my opinion, some of the best houses in the entire deck here, Aquarius. So the sun continues to move through Gemini. Now, also the sun is pouring beautiful energy into your planet's placements points, by the way. So that is definitely continuing this month as well. So re-energizing you, giving you that life force, vitality, pouring in opportunity and light and heat and beauty and you name it, my friends. Anyway, yeah, very social butterfly energy too. Now, once the sun moves into Cancer, as you can see, you have a loaded 6th house this month. You have a new moon indicating a new beginning, which is hand in hand with Jupiter, who's newly in this area of life for you. By the way, this new moon is pretty rare, being hand in hand with Jupiter. This does not happen all the time, especially in the sign of Cancer. Mercury joins the party here. And then, as I mentioned, obviously the sun is going to hop in here around the middle of the month. So Aquarius, the 6th house is very busy, very, almost, I don't want to say heavy, but it's just very busy. It's about day-to-day duty, and responsibility. It's running the kids here, running the kids there. It's work. Anything to do with work matters for those of you that are not working. If you don't work, again, apply this to your circumstance. Do you volunteer? How do you, you know, where, I'm hearing, where do you spread the joy? Aquarius. But I was going to say, you know, do you volunteer at a shelter, animal shelter? Sixth house is about animals. So this could be a focus about animals, or just in general being of service to something. So if you don't work, I really encourage you to lean into something that lights you up, because the sixth house is all about finding your area of service. How can you be of service to the greater good? You are the humanitarian sign. But anyway, sixth house, quite simply, could be about work, the workplace, the work culture, the work environment. If you're a business owner, again, kind of puts you in the spotlight and your employees in the spotlight. Or if you work for an employer, this just puts the spotlight on the work environment. So there could be changes coming in here. Also, this is the area of pets and animals, like I mentioned, diet, health, routines, and how you are taking care of your physical body, Aquarius. So Jupiter moving in here, if you want to learn more about that, check out the link in the description box below where I dive into more information about Jupiter in this area of life and just Jupiter cycles in general. So Aquarius, long story short, this could be a brand new work opportunity. This could be a brand new volunteer opportunity. Again, a new opportunity to shine your light. This is just the beginning of something that's going to stand the test of time for a long time. Why? Because hand in hand with Jupiter, we have Saturn and Neptune challenging this new beginning, but you know, for a reason. This would be just Saturn coming in, making sure you cross the T's and dot the I's. Saturn might bring up fear. Saturn might bring up worry. Saturn might bring up lack or feeling lack. And then Neptune is just might bring in the fog and the boozy wooziness and the confusion and the, do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? There's a reason for this. And Saturn's your ruler, by the way. So whatever Saturn does, or if Saturn is involved in a big transit like this square energy, it's really important for you, whether it's you're watching for your sun, your rising, or your moon. It's sort of like your ruler is gut checking you. Like, do you want to get into bed with, you fill in the blank, this person, this partnership? Do you really want to adopt 12 cats, you know, because this is your house of animals? Do you really want to take on that business? Because the sixth house is work, being of service. This could also be about rental agreements, rental buildings, like apartment buildings. Do you really want to buy a block of buildings, right? And take on that duty responsibility. So I'm not saying yes, do it. And I'm not saying no, don't do it. These are just the questions that might come up around this new beginning at the end of the month. Forgive me, I'm bouncing around here. The dates are on the slide. So I'm talking about this new moon hand in hand in this sixth house. So not a bad thing, Aquarius. It's just Saturn, I feel like, is just slowing you down a little bit to ask those hard questions. Like, is this what I really want? Now, like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, this could feel like a wet blanket, right? That's what they were showing me, is like a wet, cold blanket being thrown on your ideas or being thrown on you, Aquarius. What are you going to do? Take off that goddamn thing and who cares? Brush yourself off and keep going. That's my attitude, right? That might not be your attitude, but I'm encouraging folks to kind of look at it from that lens, or bring in the humor. That's what Jupiter's trying to ask you to do too. Like, yeah, the heavy hitters, Saturn, Neptune, they might challenge us, Jupiter is saying. They might challenge us with this new beginning, with this new business, with this new endeavor. But who cares? We're gonna make it work. We're gonna do it. Especially with Pluto in your sign. Nobody can beat out Pluto, right? So it's kind of like you're the powerhouse here, Aquarius. So what are you gonna do? Are you gonna listen to other people? I can't honestly see that, being a fixed air sign that you are. I don't see that. I think you're going to cut your own path. You're going to blaze your own trail. You're going to be like, no, I'm out of here. I'm going to take on something new. But is it going to happen overnight? No. You're just planting seeds in the dark now. And Jupiter is like, okay, I'm absorbing your prayers, your intentions, what you want to manifest, and then now give them to me and let me work with Saturn and Neptune and Pluto and carry them over the years to come. So this is, yes, this is about new beginnings possibly coming in this month or early July. But this is bigger than that, you guys. This is way bigger than that. This is just my opinion, though, because I think anything to do with these heavy hitters, it's going to stand the test of time, especially when we're dealing with Saturn here. And then Neptune is going to help you dissolve what is not working. And he's also going to bring in the compassion and the empathy and the spirituality. It's like, can you step into the unknown? You know, Neptune is also challenging to do that as well. It's like stepping outside of your comfort zone. And what's that saying? Like having a spiritual team on your side supporting you. Believing in the invisible. Believing that everything is going to be okay, right? This is where your belief systems are going to come in with Jupiter and Neptune as well. So beautiful new moon energy coming in, Aquarius, but just giving you a heads up about the possibilities of the challenges or the fear that might come up. Just deal with them, work through them. It's not the end of the world. And again, there's a purpose for this, right? Saturn is just helping you not dive in nose first and you're like, oh shit, you know, he's just trying to help you to balance this new beginning. Okay, now let's jump to the full moon. I love this full moon. We talked about your 5th house. This is illuminating the entire axis. So the 11th house and the 5th house is being lit up here. So this is all about, actually this could be about an older sibling. If you do have an older sibling or a sibling in general, this might be about endings and new beginnings for them. Otherwise, this could be about friendship circles, groups, community, who you consider to be community. This is your role within these friendship circles, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your long-term commitments and goals. This could be about gains from the career for those of you that are working. But if you're not working, this could be about gains from a financial investment, for example, or readjusting that. This could be about networking, social media, putting yourself out there. This is the house of what lifts you up and what lights you up. Now, if there's something or someone that doesn't do that, this full moon might highlight that, and maybe it's time to end that relationship or distance yourself from that person, place, or thing that does not support you and does not light you up, Aquarius. If you have anything around 20 degrees of Aquarius, this is personal for you, this ending, this culmination point in this area of life. So if it's your sun, it would be something to do with your career, your status, your reputation, your life force, your health and well-being, or a father figure in your life. If it's your moon, it could be about a mother figure in your life, or it could be about your home situation, like people that live with you, around you, family, kids, spouse, partner, things like that. Something to do with the home front. And if it's your rising sign, it could be about a relationship, a partnership, whether this is in marriage, common law, business, your one-to-one connections with individuals. This is something coming to light, coming to your awareness. Or this could be something to do with your identity, like something to do with you. Could be something to do with your career as well. So I love the luminaries this month. I love them. Mars is, I forgot to mention that, Mars is supporting both of these moons this month. The full moon, he is supporting from your partnership sector. The new moon, he is sort of supporting from 8th house, 7th house matters. as well. So finances and the partnership sector. So I love these energies. I love these energies coming in from Mars, because Mars is all about action, passion, going after what it is that we want. Speaking of Mars, Aquarius, so Mars is moving into your 8th house the middle of the month. Now, I know Mars spent such a long time in your partnership sector, so I think you're probably happy that Mars is moving into the 8th, Aquarius. Because yeah, this would have been maybe irritable for your relationships, or maybe a change of relationship, because this was part of that retrograde over the past 6 months. So definitely changes with work, with your healthcare routine, maybe something to do with pets and animals. How are you of service? How are you being of service? And just in general, your relationships. So moving into the 8th house is a very deep transformational house. Mars actually likes being in the 8th house because he does rule the 8th house. This could be, well, this is a financial house. So this could be cutting debt, ending debt, consolidating debt. This could have something to do with mortgages, loans, or taxes as well. This is the house of shared assets. So you might be selling off things, Aquarius, whether it's property, businesses, items in your home, material possessions in general, anything you share with a partner, whether in business or in love. Something probably needs to be cut away here, Aquarius, because at some point Mars is going to come into contact with the South Node. That tells me something's got to go in this area of life in order to welcome in something new in your 2nd house of work, of your skills, your talents, your abilities, of your material possessions, and of your finances and resources as well. Because again, this is a financial axis for you. Mars in a financial house can also help you burn through money. So I'm just going to throw it out there. It might not be you. It might be a partner burning through money. So I'm just going to throw that out there, Aquarius. It's not going to resonate with all of you, but if you are in a business partnership or marital partnership, you might need to rein in that spending or get a better understanding of where your money's going. Because wherever Mars goes in a financial house, think of a hole at the bottom of a boat. It's like sometimes you don't realize the leak, like where your money's going, until half of your boat is full, right? And you're like, what the hell? Where is this crack in my foundation, right? Or crack in your piggy bank, especially if you share banks with people, right? So again, this could be about who you're in bed with, quite literally, like a sexual partner, marital partner, or a fling, or a business, like I said, a business partnership. So again, not for all of you, but I'm just going to throw it out there. 8th house is also deep psychological change. This is the house of big life transformational changes as well. So Mars in here is going to make you take action and move a little bit. Some of you might experience this as psychological change, things bubbling up to the surface, and you're sort of like, well, where the hell did that come from? That's Mars. Mars is irritating the sludge and the gunk and the shadows and the gremlins and the demons and all that shit that comes up. It might come up and you're like, oh God, and you might feel overwhelmed and anxious. Mars is very like nervous in Virgo, right? So it might affect your guts, right? Inflammation in the guts and the intestinal tract. And you're sort of like, holy, why do I feel anxious? That's just Mars. So I recommend move it out of the body, work with a healthcare practitioner if you need to. Again, this isn't for everyone, but be mindful of what you're consuming as well, mentally, emotionally, physically, psychologically. Mars in here, though, will help you cut away the subconscious crap, the sludge, right? Come up, acknowledge it, work with a practitioner, and be like, okay, cool, I'm good now. Because Mars is going to be in here for about 6 weeks approximately. So, and again, there's a reason for this, because this might be a blessing to kind of get rid of stuff. Mars is very logical, rational, hardworking in Virgo. So I feel like you could also get a lot of traction in the month ahead, Aquarius. Now, Venus is at the bottom of your sky in your area of home and family and living circumstances. So Aquarius, excellent time to beautify your living space. Buy new furniture, paint the walls, just beautify it, make it, you know, feng shui it. Move stuff around to shake up the energy in the home. Beautify the home in some way, shape, or form. I can also see you splurging on a partner. You could also splurge on a home, by the way. You could buy really high-end luxury items because Taurus is all about quality, not quantity, quality. So this is like big ticket items for your home, or if you're building a home or buying a home, this is really going to stretch your dollar, right? Now, some of you, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to sound like an old granny or an old lady here, okay? I'm not harping on you like a grandma, but watch your dollars here. Venus in Taurus is going to make us spend a lot of money. Like, you know, for example, in the home area, it's like, do you want that $10,000 sofa or that $10,000 television set? Or can you make do with a $2,000 sofa or a $2,000 television, right? This could be the type of energy that could be coming in. You'll really want to spend a lot of money on home. And if it's not that, you'll want to spend a lot of money on your love partnerships or your kids or trips, long distance trips and traveling around, or educational courses, or let me think here. Ninth house, educational pursuits, but also maybe something to do with your belief systems or religion or spirituality, or something to do with publishing or writing, like just taking something overboard, right? With Venus involved, or throwing money at these things, right? The famous one would be like, we're all guilty of this. I know I am, like buying a whole bunch of courses and then you don't do them. They just sit there on your computer, right? So things like that, if the home stuff doesn't resonate with you, Aquarius. Again, not a bad transit. Wherever Venus goes, she smooths things over in this area of life. So if you've had any tough love on the home front, Venus here should really help that. Okay, otherwise, I think that was all I was going to talk about in this video, Aquarius. Otherwise, beautiful month ahead. Take advantage of this opportunity. Don't let bumps in the roads get you down. I mean, I don't think you'll be bothered by this being a fixed sign, but just want to throw it out there. You do you, Aquarius. At the end of the day, Saturn and Neptune are working with you. They're making opportunities to Pluto newly in your sign. So you have that energy behind you where other signs don't, meaning in their first house. Pluto being in the first house can be a real game changer. Like, you are so much more powerful than what you realize, Aquarius. But let me tell you, you'll realize that after this transit, or even halfway through this transit, you'll realize how powerful you really are. Anyway, enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now. Hey, Pisces, welcome to June, and let's talk about where I think your focus will be for the month ahead. So the sun continues his travels through the bottom of your sky. So this is fourth house energy. So all about home, family, foundation, your place of living, ancestry, roots, and maybe even you as a parent could be in the spotlight, or your parents could be in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form. Now, once the sun moves into Cancer, as you can see, lots of energy in your Cancerian house. Jupiter newly in there, which is your ruler, by the way, your ancient ruler. We have a new beginning in your fifth house. We have Mercury in there, and then obviously the sun joins the party in the middle of the month. So lots of energy being poured into your fifth house this month. And I love the fifth house for you, Pisces. This is not only pouring positive, harmonious aspects into your planets, placements, points. But the 5th house is all about joy and abundance and children. Fertility, by the way. Oh my goodness, I'm going to throw it out there now, people. Pregnancy. This is riddled with pregnancy. And if you're a guy listening to this or a male listening to this and you're like, that doesn't apply to me. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. So that one night stand might turn into pregnancy. So if you don't want to start a family, take those extra precautions. And by the way, you have this energy for an entire year with Jupiter in your 5th house. You could definitely start a family. Also, grandchildren could be coming your way as well, obviously depending on your age. Anyway, if you want to learn more about Jupiter in Cancer, you can click on the link below in the description box where I dive into more detail. Also, you can find Saturn and Neptune and Aries videos down below too. Anyway, let me get back to the 5th house. Sorry, I had to stop because they were like screaming at me, fertility, fertility, fertility. Some of you, this could happen this month because a new beginning in your 5th house. This is new grandchildren on the way. This is new children on the way. This is pregnancy. If the children angle doesn't resonate, then this is new beginnings from a creative standpoint. Pouring your energy. Again, the sun is pouring light into this area of life. New beginnings with hobbies, new beginnings with side hustles, monetizing a side hustle. This is an excellent example for starting a business, starting a side hustle, because you got Jupiter here. Jupiter is going to take this wish, this hope, this wish, this dream, expand it and carry it as he moves throughout the zodiac. Once a year, he moves through each and every zodiac sign. So I love this energy for you, Pisces. Oh my goodness. Like I said, especially with any planets or placements that you have in Pisces will at some point be blessed, be touched by Jupiter. If you have anything at 4 degrees of Pisces, this is just going to amp up this new beginning for you. So if it's your sun sign, this is about career, opportunity, life force, vitality, your purpose. I'm also hearing strength for some reason. So something to do with strength, and could be new beginning with male figures in your life as well, because the sun can sometimes represent our father or father figures. And if it's your moon sign, it's a new beginning on the home front. And if it's your rising sign, this could be a new beginning on the relationship front, whether this is marriage or common law or business partnerships or just new romantic partnerships coming in, just your connection with other people and also your identity as well. So did I miss anything about the 5th house? Yeah, romance, new romance, dating, sex, creativity, self-expression, drama, joy, gambling, hobbies, entertainment. Again, anything that lights you up. So that's also going to be the focus this month, but it's going to be bigger than that, beyond that, because you have a new beginning here. So sorry, Pisces, I was bouncing back and forth there between talking about the new moon in Cancer and the focus of the sun when it touches your 5th house cusp and moving through the sign of Cancer in general as well. All in all, Pisces, good energy coming in at you, towards you. Again, depending on your personal birth chart, okay? If you have anything in Libra, Capricorn, or Aries, it might change the conversation. So for example, I mentioned at the beginning of my video, Jupiter squaring off with Saturn and Neptune. This isn't new energy. Jupiter has been squaring off with Saturn since last June. So it's just that now they're in new territory. They're in new signs. So this is very personal to you, Pisces, because they were squaring off in your sign and at the bottom of your sky in Jupiter. Now this final square, they're in new territory. So Saturn is just asking you to gut check this new beginning. Again, connected to that 5th house that we talked about. Saturn could bring in the fear, the doubt, the restriction, constriction. You may have the feeling of being stuck between a rock and a hard place and you don't know what to do with this energy. And then Neptune, your modern ruler, might roll in the fog, right? And be like, no, just lose yourself in drugs, sex, alcohol, rock and roll, and don't worry about it. And, piss away your money. And, Pisces, that's Neptune. I hate to say it. Yes, he's compassion. Yes, he's spiritual, but we can get wrapped up in that and we can lose ourselves in that, right? So it's not the end of the world, is what I'm getting at here. Saturn is just helping you clear the fog, get real, put your little tootsies on the ground and be like, is this what I really want? Do I really want to get in bed with this person? Do I really want to start a family with this person? Do I really want to start that business? That's all Saturn's doing, right? And yeah, he's going to bring up the fear. That's his job. He's doing his job, right? As crappy as it sounds, I mean, you just had Saturn for 2.5 years. He's gonna retrograde back in your sign. He's not done with you yet, but for now, he's in your second house of work, of material possessions, of money. So lessons around finances and money and work and material possessions are coming in, connected to this new beginning. So not the end of the world, you guys. Just, like I said, gut check yourself. That's all I see this as, is like a reality check and making sure this is truly what you want. And it doesn't mean the end all be all. At the end of the day, as Jupiter carries this wish with him, modifications will just come in. That's it. Some changes, some challenges, some pivots might need to be adjusted at a later point. That's it, you guys. That's what life is all about, right? Nothing is cakes and roses. I know I'm saying that to Pisceans, and I'm sure some of you are saying, what are you talking about? That's exactly what life is all about. Well, that means Neptune has a hold of you, my friend. Anyway. Okay, so that's that new beginning, which is big. It's bigger than the month of June, but anyway, regardless, there's a new beginning happening. Now, the full moon is lighting up the top of your sky. So this is happening in your 10th house of career, of reputation, of public image, of your status. Status meaning, okay, what are you known for, Pisces, right? Are you known for being married? Are you known for being single? Are you known for being a baker or a painter or a whatever, a singer or something like that? Like, what are you known for, Pisces? That's what this full moon is illuminating. 10th house is, what is the legacy you want to leave behind? What are your goals? This could be about authority figures, especially if you're a business owner, Pisces. Could be shining a spotlight on your business, like something's got to change or pivot, or there could be, again, a rebalancing of these two axes. So full moons light up the entire sky, the two polarities. So it's shining a spotlight in your 4th house. So this could be about home, family, foundation, or rebalancing that, work-life balance, home-life balance, something to do with you as a parent, something to do with one of your parents or both of your parents or grandparents, or again, some sort of authority figure in your life. So full moons are endings. They are a culmination point, but it doesn't mean the end all be all. It just means, okay, that chapter is closing out, or something comes into your awareness that needs to be adjusted or changed, and then you move along, right? On to the next thing, right? I do like this full moon. I love both luminaries this month because Mars is also very active in a positive way for both of them. So Mars is bringing in that support from 6th house, 7th house matters. Other people could be supporting you. You could be bringing in that other support, or a support system, I should say. But this could also bring in healing around this full moon because the moon is trining Chiron in your 2nd house. This could be healing physically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. It depends on what Chiron's been doing for you in your 2nd house of Aries. It could be healing money wounds. Could be healing wounds of, am I worthy? Can I raise my prices of my business? Can I ask my boss for a raise? Can I ask for more money? Can I find a job that pays me what I'm worth? So it could be a money wound, could be this is your value system too, right? What am I worth? What are you worth, Pisces, right? You could be working on yourself from that angle. And also it could have something to do with how are you being of service? Where are you shining your light in this lifetime? Do you want to change that? Do you want to pivot that? Is there something you want to move out of and move into something new, which I think you do. I think we all do. I think we're all being asked to do this, especially with, again, Pluto and Saturn and Neptune and Uranus and Jupiter all moving into new territory. It is time to start something new, Pisces. So always keep that at the back of your mind. Plus, on top of it, you have the eclipses in your sign until early 2027. So the eclipses are also working with you, for you, challenging you to change multiple areas of your life, Pisces. And I know it's not easy. I can totally appreciate that. It's easy for me to say, but just take it one step at a time, one day at a time. That's all you can do. But just think of it this way. Once the nodes of the moon move on, once we get used to this new energy with Pluto in Aquarius, Saturn and Neptune in Aries, Uranus in Gemini, and Jupiter, well, Jupiter is already in Cancer and is here to stay. Once these energies settle down and we're used to them and accustomed to them, and our bodies can relate to the frequency, it will get easier. It's kind of like slow and steady wins the race, especially when we're dealing with these slow moving planets. Stuff just doesn't happen overnight. Again, but this is where your personal birth chart comes in, right? If you have anything at the early degrees of any sign, that would change my conversation with you. Things could come in more rapidly than slower, right? Especially if you have anything at the early degrees of Pisces, you're going to be feeling Uranus. You probably have already been feeling Uranus for a long time now, because he'll be squaring your planet's placements points for the next 7 years. Anyway, I'll be releasing that video soon here, beginning of June sometime. Anyway, so those are the luminaries this month. Did we talk about Mars? So Mars in the 7th house, finally moving out of Leo, moving into Virgo. Wherever Mars goes is where our focus and our energy go, our motivation goes. Mars in Virgo, I love Mars in the earth signs. He's very logical, rational here, and he's a hard worker here. So Pisces, that tells me you're going to put a lot of effort and energy into your relationships. Okay, he's opposing you for the next 6 weeks or so. So Mars in here is going to go after that contract, that agreement, the offer letter, the negotiation, the paperwork, whatever you want, the marriage. But Mars in here, Pisces, I'm going to be honest with you, he's coming up to that south node within the next few weeks here. You need to let something go in this area of life. That's what this is telling me. Now, it could be a relationship. I don't want to panic you, because this has to be your true 7th house. Okay. And if it's not your 7th house, it would change my conversation with you. But if this is your true 7th house, you need to cut and sever a contract, an agreement, a marriage, a relationship, a one-on-one connection that is just not working for you anymore, my friends. I'm sorry to say that, but that's what this energy feels like in your 7th house. Because it's the south node. South node is you got to release something in order to welcome in something new in your 1st house of Pisces. This could also have something to do with, again, you ending an employment contract. You know, ripping up an offer, ripping up a contract, cutting ties with a client. This could be also maybe cutting ties with property, material possessions, something connected to finances, because Mars is your money planet as well. It could be going after your citizenship, passports, immigration paperwork, anything to do with paperwork, because he also rules your 9th house. Could be educational pursuits. It could be mentoring, teaching, coaching. So those could be some other connections here with Mars energizing and lighting up your 7th house, Pisces. Not a bad thing, my friends, so please don't take it as negative. Mars in here is just activating you in this area of life. And like I said, he's just honing in, laser focus in this area of life, especially with Virgo. It's all about the details. So you're going to be very sharp and on point when it comes to relationships. Excellent for business owners. I'm just going to throw it out there. Excellent for business owners. Now, Venus in your 3rd house, she is sending in opportunities. So love and money and resources and beauty, she's bringing them towards you from the 3rd house. So the 3rd house is all about your local community, your local environment. It could be about, maybe some of you also are in the market for buying a new vehicle. I'm going to come back to that though, because Venus is going to make us want to spend the big bucks because she's all about luxury and abundance and high quality when she moves through the sign of Taurus. This could also be about something to do with a sibling, a cousin, a neighbor, a relative, or an extended family member as well. Again, benefits. Think benefits coming in from these groups of people. Venus in the 3rd house, though, just smooths over this area of life as well. So it makes your connections with these people a lot nicer and easier, harmonious as well. Now, I'm going to go back to my example here. This isn't for all of you, by the way, but Venus in the 3rd house is classic for, you want to buy a new vehicle. You go out and you pick out the $100,000 SUV versus maybe the $50,000 SUV or something like that, right? It's, Venus, and it's not a bad thing. If you have the money to do so, Pisces, go nuts, right? But for those of you that are watching your pennies, Venus is going to want to make you spend the big bucks, because she likes being in Taurus. She wants to beautify herself. She wants the best of the best of the best. It's about quality. It's not about quantity when Venus is moving through Taurus of her home sign. So just keep that in mind, Pisces. Also, this could be you spending money on siblings, on cousins, on neighbors, on relatives, on extended family members. Like you might be spending the big bucks on these people, right? But this is a give and take energy. Like I said, you could be receiving benefits from these people or money or love or whatever, or vice versa. For those of you that are single, you could definitely find love in your local town, city, your local vicinity, your local community. Because Venus through the 3rd house, again, she attracts. So that's for those of you that are single. Also, Jupiter in your 5th house, you have this energy for an entire year of meeting a special someone. And Jupiter also has the flavor of marriage, right? He's not marriage in the 5th house. He's more so marriage in the 7th house, but still he could bring in a more serious partner. Same with Saturn, but Saturn's in your 2nd house. Regardless, Pisces, this month, love could be on the menu, definitely. And Jupiter, if you're connected to somebody, Jupiter is going to expand on the romance and expand on the love, right? So reconnect with that special someone, reignite the spark in your marriage, especially with Mars in the 7th house. Channel this into fancy time, sexy time, energy, Pisces. That's another way you could utilize Mars in the 7th house, but also once Mars moves into the 8th house of sex, you'll also enjoy that as well. All right, Pisces, that's all I was going to talk about for the month ahead. Enjoy, and we'll see you back here in July. Bye for now.